Chapter 61. The road is open. Police station, the morgue next to the underground cold storage, a spacious and empty room. The bodies of the Aldo family of three, Feller's body, and Carmen's body were arranged in a row under Dis's direction by the police, placed in the mortuary, with an autopsy report in front of each body. Seeing these 5 corpses, Beach was expressionless. He had a project to study corpses, and he usually took a few from the police station, so he didn't feel anything new, and behind him, the 2 intermediate wizard apprentices naturally didn't feel anything either. Beach waved his hand, asking the 2 subordinates to check, and he came to Carmen's side. He picked up the autopsy report and looked at it, quickly frowning, then put down the report, took off his gloves, and placed a finger on Carmen's head. He closed his eyes. Soon, his complexion became a little strange. Is it a hallucinogenic potion? No, it's much stronger than a hallucinogenic potion. What is this thing? He quickly opened his eyes and said to Dis beside him, "Bring a hacksaw and a scalpel, I want to perform an autopsy." Dis was immediately excited. Had Master Beach discovered something? The other 2 intermediate apprentices came to Beach's side at this time and began to assist. Soon, Beach dissected Carmen's body, focusing on the lungs, the nerves of the cervical spine, and the brain cells. After checking these, Beach ordered the other 2 to sew up the corpse again, his face turning strange. Carmen was poisoned by a very powerful psychedelic potion, not the kind commonly used by our wizards, but a very powerful psychedelic substance. He just inhaled a little bit and he fell down. The fatal wound is the wound on the neck, the wound below is a cover. He pondered for a while and said, he should have offended a wild wizard, or someone bought a wizard's medicine, but this medicine is very powerful, inhaling a little bit will cause hallucinations, but the person who releases the medicine will usually be affected as well. If the other party is fine, then it should be a wild wizard who personally took action. It seems that Doman City is not safe anymore. Dis's heart trembled. Beach frowned and continued, in Doman City, there are actually many wild wizards, but most of them are concentrated among the nobles, very few among the common people. Even if ordinary poor people get the inheritance of a wizard, they generally won't exceed the intermediate level, not to mention magic potions. It's difficult for me to refine them myself, let alone ordinary poor people. Carmen should have offended a certain noble wizard. Dis's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, that shouldn't be the case. Our usual security area is in the poor area, we can't get in touch with the nobles at all. Beach pointed to the wound on Carmen's lower body. Then what about this? Dis was immediately embarrassed and didn't speak anymore. Everyone now knew that Carmen had a noble mistress. Beach looked at the other corpses again, his brow beginning to furrow. The Aldo family was poisoned to death, the medicine on their bodies had long evaporated, and it was impossible to tell what they had been poisoned with, and the Feller family was also poisoned to death. What exactly did this guy mean by bringing out these 5 corpses? Are these 5 corpses all related to you? Beach suddenly asked. Dis shook his head and said, no, sir, 4 of these 5 people have offended the same person at the same time, and that person has now disappeared. Dis had no choice but to explain the whole story, including how he took the money and caused trouble, and how the child was almost beaten to death. After Beach listened, he looked at Dis, somewhat speechless. It turned out that he had caused the incident himself, and people were just coming back for revenge. If it was in the professional world, this kind of revenge was actually allowed. It was just that it involved the police station, and their ability association would help with the handling. Dis took a step back at this time, not daring to say any more. Beach thought for a while and asked, are you sure he disappeared out of thin air? Dis's face was bitter and he said, I asked everyone below, and no one knows how he left. Beach sighed and said with some sarcasm, if that's the case, then it's possible that this person did it, a wild wizard who was almost beaten to death by you. This hatred is not small. Oh right. You are also among the perpetrators, so you have to be careful too. I don't want to see that the corpse in my research one day is you. Dis's mouth became dry. Then is there a way to deal with him? He's not easy to deal with. First of all, he didn't cause large-scale casualties. Secondly, in the professional world, revenge is allowed. And thirdly, we haven't found him yet. So, next, it's up to you. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on you. Dis immediately felt a chill in his heart. Dole prepared to lie low for a while. With only Dis left, the other party must have noticed something, and might ask the Ability Association for help. Maybe the whole world is looking for him now. It's better to be quiet for a while. Anyway, there's still some time before becoming a senior wizard apprentice. Now this is not the problem, but Katia is having problems. What that guy wants to do is the key. After he confirmed his identity, is he wanting him to work for him? That's the most crucial thing. This guy has many secret identities. What does he want to do? If he's short of money, this guy is actually not rich, taking some assassination jobs, he can live a stable life, and with the Owen family behind him, he's actually doing pretty well. If he's not short of money, what does he want to do, just to help himself? That's impossible. Dole returned to his 2.1-line life, home, blacksmith, occasionally going to Old S pharmacy, also in disguise, and meeting Lily also in disguise, using Ado's appearance. After meeting Lily a few times, Lily's temperament also began to slowly change. Although he disguised himself, Dole also discovered that this guy seemed to have advanced. Time quickly came to October. The mountain city in October had a hint of late autumn, the sky was azure blue, the clouds hung high, and there was a hint of coolness in the air. The trees on the mountain began to slowly transition from autumn to winter, the leaves turned yellow, turned red, the mountain was red, green, and yellow, very beautiful. Just at the beginning of October, Dole stood at the door of the blacksmith shop, seeing a commotion at the city gate. A small team of soldiers rushed in from outside, heading towards the city lord's mansion, running and shouting, "The road is open, the road is open." The surrounding people immediately boiled over. After more than half a year of tossing, the road was finally open. Dole stood up from the stool, looked at the receding figure of the man, his eyes narrowed slightly. The magic crystal mine in Doman City can officially start mining. Magic crystal mines are of great significance to all professionals, and even more significant to wizards. With magic crystals, wizards can let go and learn all kinds of magic wizardry. With magic crystals, they can refine all kinds of alchemical equipment, as long as they know how. Dole closed his eyes and entered his own sea of consciousness, seeing a full 60 copper coins hanging inside, not interfering with each other, but restraining each other, with no joy or sorrow in his heart. He spent a lot of effort to maintain these 60 copper coins. Don't look at the number of only 60, with each additional one, he felt that his mental strength had made considerable progress. Although the space in the sea of consciousness was large enough to allow these copper coins to hang in the air, it was not easy to prevent them from colliding with each other, and 60 copper coins meant that 60 consciousnesses had to be separated to control each one, which was quite difficult. He once asked Bale if this was the right thing to do. Bale looked at him strangely and then said a word, "As long as you can persist to more than 100, you will get a very powerful ability." Dole didn't say anything, and then continued to persist, although he didn't know what kind of ability he would get, and Neri's path was not the one he was taking now. However, he felt that the more copper coins there were, the more effort it took, but with each additional copper coin, his mental strength improved more rapidly, so he was relieved. Chapter 62. According to this calculation, it wouldn't take more than 100 copper coins. Around 70-something copper coins should be enough to enter the advanced wizard apprentice stage. He had been looking forward to this day for too long. Potionology, runeology, material science, and even biology, which Bale had recently introduced, he had started memorizing early on, all in preparation for entering the advanced wizard apprentice stage. Apart from meditation, all these disciplines are collectively known as alchemy to wizards. For wizards, the greatest function of alchemy is to analyze various wizard spells and develop various alchemical equipment. A wizard might not know a wizard spell because they can't afford the spell model, but they can't be ignorant of alchemy. At the very least, they must be proficient in one aspect, otherwise, they might not even have enough to eat. Wizards are very expensive, but where does the money come from? It comes from alchemy, by refining various things and selling them to other wizards, to warriors, to nobles. This is the basic way to obtain money. And how much money can those wizards who don't know any alchemy earn by working for others? Dory had been looking forward to the day he could truly learn alchemy for a long time. In mid-October, one day, Harley came to Mondo's blacksmith shop in a hurry. He didn't linger outside, but went straight to the back. Recently, with the opening of the mountain road, the demand for various tools has decreased. In addition, with the arrival of autumn, the demand for weapons from both the military and the police has gradually decreased, and everyone has become idle. They had been paying close attention to Harley as soon as he came in. After all, he was the direct superior of all of them. Soon, he came out again, followed by Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong said a few words to Dory, asking him to go with Harley to do something. Dory didn't say a word and followed Harley away. At this point, Dory understood that Harley had come to him this time. Why didn't he come directly to him? Because he was afraid of revealing something. He vaguely felt that Harley had something to say to him, but why didn't he say it at night and had to say it during the day? He tidied up a little, didn't even change his clothes, and walked out of the blacksmith shop with Harley. Coming to the street, the two walked side by side. Harley whispered to Dory, "You're going to be in trouble. The Ability Association has been quietly investigating the name Dory recently, and has already traced it back to me. Dory now uses the pseudonym Lin Rui and is very different from the former Dory. His appearance, personality, etc., have all changed." Harley is only reminding him by telling him these things. As soon as he said this, Dory's heart stirred, and he activated his perception to check if anyone was following him. A magician's senses are often very keen. At this moment, Harley whispered, "This matter has been going on for a month, and I haven't dared to come to you. Now they are no longer following me, so don't worry. I called you here today because I do have something to trouble you with, but I'm just mentioning this matter in passing." Dory's heart skipped a beat. It's already been a month? He only killed Carmen a month ago. Could it be that Dis is so alert? Did he directly tell the Ability Association? He knew the methods of wizards, especially those above level 1, who possessed many mysterious and unpredictable methods. "I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily." He thought for a while and said, "Brother Ha, what do you want me to do?" He indicated that he knew about this matter. Brother Ha's face was calm, "It's nothing, just help me go to the city lord's mansion to repair a piece of equipment for someone." He whispered again, "Just remember what I told you, don't give yourself away." Dory nodded, indicating that he knew, and his expression gradually became a little nervous. He quickly said again, "Don't you need tools to repair things? Doesn't the city lord's mansion have a level 2 blacksmith?" Harley looked at him as he walked, somewhat speechless. "This is just an excuse, you really took it seriously. We'll go out for a walk later and then come back." Dory was speechless. "You should have said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so nervous. I've never actually been to the city lord's mansion." Harley wanted to take care of Dory's talent because he cherished talent, but this guy Dory was just restless. It's only been a few months, and those few guys have died one after another. Harley was a little headache, although on the surface there was no relationship with Dory, and it seemed that there was a reason, but the series of deaths, no wonder it would arouse Dis's vigilance. Not only Dis, but even Harley, who knew that Dory was not dead, suspected him. "Be careful these days, don't put any secret things at home, I'm afraid they'll secretly go over there," Harley whispered again. Regarding this point, Dory was not afraid. With Bale at home, who would dare to go there to die? He nodded solemnly, "I will pay attention." He was going to secretly rent a house that ordinary people didn't know about, just rent it on the edge of the East District, so he could slip away at any time. Dory used to have a good relationship with everyone in Old K's blacksmith shop. Harley even busied himself after Dory disappeared. Someone would definitely pay attention to him, and then pay attention to everyone around him. Dory would definitely enter the sight of some people at this time, and he had to prepare for both hands. The two walked through the street and soon came to the central district. As Harley said, they did enter the city lord's mansion and saw a few people, but they left after saying a few words, without even staying long. This was also Dory's first time entering the city lord's mansion. He was not attracted by the luxury of the city lord's mansion, and he didn't even look at it much. In his eyes, what's so good about this remote place? It wasn't as rich as the books introduced by Nailier. When walking out of the city lord's mansion, he decided to get a library card for himself and borrow more books to read to expand his knowledge. After returning from the city lord's mansion, the two separated. Walking on the road, Dory didn't look sideways, but he quickly discovered two familiar marks on the roadside. One mark was Lily's, and the other was Old Me's. Dory had been very low-key recently, and had even forgotten to trade with these two parties. He patted his head, didn't go to work again, but returned home. At this moment, he suddenly felt a slight tingling in the back of his head, as if someone was staring at him. He immediately became alert. It seems that Chief Harley is still not alert enough. These people from the Ability Association are indeed a bit powerful. He pretended not to know and walked straight ahead, soon entering the avenue, and then entering the clothing store next to it. The feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Dory bought a set of clothes and walked out of it. The feeling of being watched immediately appeared again. He pretended to look at the road and glanced at the crowd, quickly finding a few abnormal people in the crowd. Why a few people, not one person? Because Dory wasn't sure which one it was. As an intermediate wizard apprentice, his mental perception was still a bit lacking. Following the avenue, passing through Doman Street, and returning to the blacksmith shop, he turned his head and glanced a few times, confirming one of them. A young man in noble clothes, about 18 or 19 years old. Dory ignored him and spent an afternoon in the blacksmith shop. Reading, blacksmithing, occasionally talking to Anderson and other blacksmiths, without doing a third action. Everything was the same as usual, without the slightest difference. He didn't even look outside once. The more this was the case, the more he couldn't mess around, couldn't leave other people's sight, couldn't show any abnormalities. If he suddenly disappeared from the other party's eyes, no matter in any way, there must be something wrong. Before the sun went down, Mondo's blacksmith shop got off work. Dory took the new clothes through the alley and returned to his small nest in the East District, never coming out again. Bitchy naturally couldn't follow Dory himself, but sent a subordinate, an intermediate wizard apprentice named Kane, who had been following Harley, learning some information about Harley, and only came to follow him today, seeing Dory being brought out by him. Chapter 63. Dory disguised himself as being in his 20s, much older than his actual age, which should prevent suspicion. He just felt that Dory was slightly suspicious, so he followed him. Along the way, Dory seemed to know nothing, interacting normally, going to work and getting off work normally. Thus, 3 days quickly passed before Kane let go. Dory used to work at Old Kay's blacksmith shop. They contacted everyone, and no one found anyone in contact with a suspected person, especially Harley and Varick. Their usual routes and the people they contacted were almost turned upside down. Kane and several other low and mid-level apprentices of the Ability Association took turns monitoring, but a month passed without any results. They quickly reported it to Beachy. Beachy made portraits of everyone and posted them on a wooden board, creating a series of continuous pictures. Based on the reported situation, they were eliminated one by one. Varick, Santos, Moray, and others were eliminated. Their lives were very regular, and their daily commute routes were fixed. It was impossible for them to contact the so-called suspect Dory. Only Harley was still under surveillance, because if the suspect Dory returned to the city, the possibility of contacting Harley was very high. This was a suspect in several murders and could not be taken lightly. They also found out about Lin Rui's identity, but after monitoring Dory for more than 3 days, this person was just like everyone else, going to work and getting off work, without any abnormalities. If there was anything abnormal, it was that this person didn't know where he came from, and he was already a first-level blacksmith when he arrived. Therefore, Lin Rui, disguised as Dory, was still highly suspicious. Kane focused on introducing Lin Rui's life trajectory, and then said, "He is the same as everyone else, going to work in the morning and getting off work in the afternoon, there is no difference. If there is a difference, it is that he seems to have a library card and likes to read." The corners of the others' mouths twitched. What kind of abnormality is this? Can't blacksmiths read books? Beachy thought for a while and said, "Find a way to find out what books he reads, when he got the library card, and who he knows." Kane accepted the order and left. Dory naturally didn't know that he was being watched. When he went out on the 4th day, no one was monitoring him. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately found a fixed place to remark the marks. Last time he saw Old Me and Lily's marks, he was so scared that he didn't move. Now, while no one is paying attention, he quickly remarks them. Going to work, there was nothing new. If there was anything new, it was that a team of wizards walked in from the city gate and strolled through the city. These wizards were all wearing gorgeous clothes and exuded a strange wave. They looked very powerful. Even the city guards at the gate were trembling when they saw them and did not dare to look at them more than once. One of them even exuded a powerful mental pressure. Dory only glanced at it and immediately lowered his head. His spirit was instantly shocked, and his entire brain was blank. He immediately reacted and his heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head and restrained all his mental power. This is a formal wizard. Unexpectedly, for the magic crystal mine, Chris County actually sent another level 1 wizard? Dory naturally didn't believe that he came here to go shopping. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was related to the magic crystal mine. Now the road leading to the magic crystal mine is almost completed, with only the final stage remaining. It is natural that only one level 1 wizard in Doman City cannot deter others. 2 level 1 wizards can barely manage. During this period, the news that a small magic crystal mine was discovered in Doman City had already spread in all directions, arousing much attention. But whether it is a mage, a warrior, or other professions, they all know that no matter who gets the magic crystal mine, it needs to be mined. Before mining, it is useless for anyone to occupy it. They still need to cooperate with local forces. And in the Northern Kingdom, the Ability Association is the real local tyrant. Any individual or force that wants to monopolize the magic crystal mine will be sanctioned by the Ability Association. According to Door's idea, even if someone is eyeing the magic crystal mine, they will only take the method of robbing finished products. They will not directly occupy the magic crystal mine themselves. If they occupy it themselves, they still need to dig it themselves. This method is simply too stupid. So now it is still calm, but many people have come to this mountain city from afar, and the number of people on the streets is a bit large. Mining magic crystals requires a lot of manpower. Originally, the surrounding mines attracted a large number of workers. Now that the magic crystal mine is about to start, even people from the towns outside have come to the city to look for work. Digging magic crystals is much more profitable than digging other mines, so Doman City has been a bit chaotic recently. Dory only occasionally heard someone say this. He himself doesn't care about this kind of thing. What he is concerned about now is his own strength. As autumn approaches, he feels that the speed of cultivation is getting slower and slower. In the past, he could condense a copper coin in 3 or 4 days, but now it often takes a week to condense one. The speed is so slow that he can't help but want to take hallucinogenic potions. Taking hallucinogenic potions involves huge risks, and he doesn't know if he should take them. Hallucinogenic potion is a mental toxin. Taking hallucinogenic potion is using mental power to resist mental toxins. As long as you can successfully get through it, your mental power will be greatly improved. If you can't get through it, you will fall into a hallucination. In mild cases, your mind will be damaged, and in severe cases, your mind will be severely damaged. Some people even die. Therefore, grasping a degree is very crucial. Under normal circumstances, hallucinogenic potions have a standard amount, 10 milliliters. When taking it for the first time, you cannot exceed 5 milliliters, and then, according to your own situation, add a little more each time, but you cannot exceed the range you can withstand, otherwise, it will cause an overdose of the potion and you will fall into a hallucination. When Naluyi took hallucinogenic potions for the first time, he also experienced this kind of thing. In his memory, it didn't seem like much. It was easy to get through, but he had a very good advantage, which was that he never forgot his original intention and kept his mind. Hallucinogenic potions couldn't do anything to him and became a tool for progress. Dory is not Naluyi, but is a bit worried, so he has never taken it. He knows that his mental will is strong, but hallucinogenic potions are too powerful, and he has no way to confirm whether he is strong enough. After trading with Old Me and Lily once, Dory entered a regular life, blacksmithing and reading books every day. Time quickly came to the end of autumn, October. In this month, he only increased 2 copper coins. Although he felt that his mental power had greatly increased, he was no longer satisfied with this kind of improvement. With enemies surrounding him, this kind of improvement was still too little. He needed to have enough self-protection ability. So, on a day at the end of October, after getting off work in the evening, after hesitating for a long time, he took out the hallucinogenic potion, used another test tube, poured out half of it, and prepared to try it. Anyway, half of the hallucinogenic potion should not be a problem. The hellhound Bale has rarely gone out recently. He eats and sleeps all day long, and sleeps and eats. He lives a very comfortable life. Occasionally, he goes out to the mountains outside to hunt for prey, but he doesn't have too many thoughts. Within a radius of 100 miles, there is indeed no second magic crystal mine, only the one deep in the Biankai mine. His gaze penetrated the wall and saw Dory take out the hallucinogenic potion, so he wagged his tail, got up from the bed, and quickly came to Dory's room. "Are you going to take hallucinogenic potions?" Bale asked as soon as he came in. Dory looked at Bale at the door and said, "Yes, the progress is too slow." Bale shook his butt, the room door closed automatically, and said, "Then you take it, I'll watch you." Then he swayed and climbed to Dory's bedside, lying down comfortably. Chapter 64. After glancing at Bale, Dole felt relieved. The hallucinogenic potion was green, with countless white lights shining inside, as if they were stars within the potion. Holding the hallucinogenic potion in his hand, he calmed his mind, then raised his hand, placed the potion to his lips, and drank it all in one gulp. He closed his eyes, immersing himself wholeheartedly into his sea of consciousness. The volatility of the hallucinogenic potion was extremely potent. As soon as he closed his eyes, the dormant sea of consciousness suddenly swayed, and his whole being began to feel drowsy, as if a mysterious force was pulling at his spirit, shaking his sea of consciousness, and a strange power was rocking all the copper coins. This force was extremely powerful, carrying incomprehensible power, interfering with him mentally in various ways. Dole thought to himself, "Here it comes," and hurriedly guarded his original intention. He focused all of his mental power on the copper coins, striving to maintain the integrity of each coin, trying to keep them from shaking. Just at that moment, he heard voices calling out to him. It seemed to be coming from his ears, yet it felt like it was striking his soul directly. The voice was warm and pleasant, like the voice of his mother. Hearing this voice, Dole was startled. He did not immerse himself in the voice, he never forgot what he was doing or what was happening. Instead, he felt strange about the source of the voice. This hallucinogenic potion has some tricks up its sleeve. The voice grew louder and more intense. He felt as if his entire body was within the range of the voice's embrace. The voice became warmer and warmer, as if enveloping him, reminding him of his mother and father. But he knew clearly that his parents were no longer alive. Dole struggled to maintain himself. At this moment, he noticed that wisps of mist were forming from some unknown place, entering his sea of consciousness, and slowly seeping into all the copper coins. His expression remained unchanged, maintaining his ego. The voice was continuous, incessant, shaking Dole's heart. Soon, seeing that Dole was unaffected, the voice transformed from warm calls into terrifying sounds, booming like thunder splitting the heavens. Thunder is most likely to make people afraid. This terror was even more frightening than the warmth. Dole immediately felt a tremendous impact on his mind, his entire being blank, his head buzzing. For a moment, he seemed to return to the times when it rained and thundered, that most enormous, most terrifying sound in the world, as if striking the depths of his soul. Dole remained unmoved. The voice quickly turned into the roars of terrifying monsters, each sound striking the heart directly. Whatever Dole feared in his heart seemed to come to him, each deafening roar crashing heavily into his mind. Several of the copper coins that had been so painstakingly maintained had their edges instantly permeated by the mist, and then quickly collapsed. Dole was dazed and frightened by the sounds, but even then, he did not forget what he was doing. He was undergoing a test, he was being affected by the hallucinogenic potion, and he had to constantly guard his original intention and maintain his ego. The voice grew louder and louder, and Dole struggled painfully to maintain his original intention. As the copper coins on the periphery crumbled one by one, Dole's remaining rationality dwindled. However, he still stubbornly persisted, maintaining the last bit of his reason from being extinguished. He didn't know how long had passed when the terrifying sound suddenly disappeared. As the earth-shaking power slowly subsided, Dole was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He tried to gather his mental power, gather all his strength, and recondense his power. At this time, he discovered that after the sound receded and he had endured it, his mental power had become more active. Copper coins were quickly condensed, his spirit was restored, and he quickly found that he had gained a full 5 copper coins, now reaching as many as 67, and it seemed he could continue to condense more. Soon, he climbed to 70 copper coins in one breath. At this moment, he felt a mental clarity he had never experienced before. He tried to spread it outward and could clearly feel his skull and scalp. He was immediately overjoyed and continued downward, along his neck, towards his torso and arms. Soon, he felt his internal organs, successfully entering the so-called introspection of the wizard realm. Reaching this step meant entering the realm of an advanced wizard apprentice. Next, he tried to enter his arm, unimpeded, extending to his fingers, also unimpeded. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his mental power flowing throughout his body, and his heart was filled with incomparable joy. Advanced Wizard Apprentice. Controlling the physical body and flowing mental power throughout the body without entering the sea of consciousness is the symbol of an advanced wizard apprentice. Dole's face lit up with joy. He had become an advanced wizard apprentice, and finally had the power to protect himself. He could use various materials to cast wizardry. At this stage, it was no longer suitable to stay in the city, at least not under the nose of the Ability Association. Whether it was potionology, magic inscription, or material science, all would undergo qualitative changes to some extent, becoming more advanced. And more advanced was synonymous with causing changes in the surrounding energy, that is, magical fluctuations, which would be caught by the ability association. Privately studying magic or practicing potionology without official approval would be severely cracked down on, even hunted down. This was certain. However, this still could not stop Dole's joy. He had not expected that the first time he used the hallucinogenic potion, he would have such gains, entering the realm of an advanced wizard apprentice. So 70 copper coins were enough. Just then, he heard a voice in his ear, that was quick. Only an hour. I thought you'd need a whole night to break free from the harassment of the illusion. It was Bale's voice. Dole was stunned. He had been so focused on his own changes that he was not very aware of the changes in the outside world. Now he saw that it was still dark. Only an hour had passed, but it felt like a century. Struggling in the illusion, every second felt like torment. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This hallucinogenic potion was too powerful. That terrifying sound was simply a direct attack on the soul. He almost couldn't bear it. But the gains were also great, directly crossing into a small realm. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, I've reached the advanced stage. In the darkness, Bale nodded and said, I saw it. Next, we should leave the city, find a town without wizards to live in, and try to improve ourselves. Let's postpone the revenge for now. Dole sighed and said, we have no choice. Being watched by the ability association, we can't do anything. However, he was somewhat unwilling. Dis was not dead yet. How could he leave this place so easily? In the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, his mental power flowing through his body, sensing every organ. The feeling was wonderful. He seemed to be able to control every muscle in his body, every heartbeat. This was the advanced wizard apprentice. He quickly recovered and did not deliberately control his body, but left it to instinct. The human spirit was not as weak as it initially seemed. A large part of the spirit needed to control the body's instincts, muscles, internal organs, blood, digestive system, and immune system. If Dole's mental power was only 1 coin when he first started cultivating, then at least 20 copper coins worth of mental power in his subconscious were controlling his body. Now, the main consciousness had completely surpassed the subconscious, and only then did it slowly flow to the surface. The main consciousness could sense everything in the subconscious, controlling everything in the body. However, the subconscious was the subconscious. It controlled every part of the human body and could not be replaced, unless Dole no longer wanted to live. After understanding this, Dole had an epiphany. Chapter 65. P.S. After writing books for several years, I really can't write fast-paced stories anymore. I'm very confused. Upon entering the advanced apprentice wizard stage, one can begin researching level 2 potion making. Whether it's materiology, potion making, or rune studies, entering level 2 will involve the flow of energy, which is commonly known as magical fluctuations. It's difficult to find relevant materials in the city, let alone conduct experiments. Moreover, magical fluctuations can attract the attention of the supernatural society. It's best to avoid conducting experiments in the city if possible. Regarding materials, the only place Dore currently knows is the Assassin's Guild. As for other places, he really doesn't know where to find the materials he needs. He now needs to find a place to study elementary rune studies, because rune studies includes methods for creating magic arrays. Magic arrays can isolate magical fluctuations, and as long as he can isolate magical fluctuations, he can continue to survive in the city. He needs to take a leave of absence now and go outside to avoid attention, purchase, and research related materials. Entering the advanced apprentice wizard stage is like entering a new world. He made a plan for himself. First, go to the Assassin's Guild to take a look. For an advanced apprentice wizard to conduct research or cast spells, spellcasting materials are the first step. After entering the advanced apprentice stage, in addition to a surge in mental power that can extend to all parts of the body, mental power becomes more acute, and he has better control over himself. Dore believes that if he were to refine potions now, the failure rate would probably be very low. Rest for a night, get up early, and go to work. In late October, the weather is already slightly cold. Older people are even wearing thick clothes, and there are gradually fewer pedestrians on the street. Dore slowly walked out of the alley and slowly headed towards the blacksmith shop. After he left, Two strangers entered the quiet alley one after the other. Their purpose was very clear, and they quickly arrived at Duray's doorstep. Bar, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes, moved his dog head, and looked outside. People from the supernatural society. These two people have faint mental power fluctuations, although not strong, they are many times stronger than ordinary people. They quickly came to the door, and with some tool, easily opened the door and walked in. The two didn't speak, made a gesture, and then prepared to search the room separately. At this moment, Bar's eyes in the room completely turned black, and a faint mental power fluctuation emanated. The two people's movements instantly distorted, walking back and forth in the yard, not knowing what they were doing. Soon, they reunited in the middle, then quickly locked the door and left. Bar's eyes returned to normal, and he lowered his head and continued to sleep. The two walked out of the room and soon came to a mansion in the northwest district. Only Baichi was in the room, and the two respectfully reported. Reporting, Lord Baichi, everything inside is normal, nothing was found. Yes, just an ordinary house. Baichi looked at the two, touched his chin, it didn't make sense, could it not be him? After tracking for so long, their suspicion of Lin Rui had risen to a certain level. This person is too regular, so regular that it's like he's acting with them. The only flaw is that he is the only blacksmith in the entire Doman city who likes to read. Could it not be him? He waved his hand and said, leave one person to monitor, and the other person go and do your own thing. The two nodded. He now even suspects that the deaths of those people are not related to the so-called Duray. Dis is reporting false information, he's just scared. These garbage police detectives, the parasites of the people. Baichi's face was gloomy. He put the matter aside and then his face became even more gloomy. Now that the mine has been mined, the teacher has decided that after the mine is mined, 50% will be handed over to the Chris County branch, 20% will be divided equally between the two level 1 wizards, and the remaining 30% will be distributed jointly by all apprentices and all forces. 30% looks like a lot, it seems like a lot, but when divided equally among the various forces and wizard apprentices, each person can only get a little bit. Even if it's just a little bit, he feels very happy because he didn't have it before. What makes him unhappy is that the noble apprentices can get more, while the commoner apprentices get less. They are clearly doing more, so why? So Baichi has been in a very bad mood recently. In terms of talent, Baichi is no worse than other advanced apprentices. What he lacks is money and resources, otherwise. He thought of Mike, Tina, and Longs, and felt very uncomfortable. Closing his eyes, suppressing the resentment in his heart, Baichi silently packed his things, preparing to leave the mansion. This place is not his either, just a temporary foothold. He's going out now to check on the progress of the magic crystal mine. Duray didn't know that someone had gone to his house. If there is any place in this world that is very safe, then there is no place safer than where Bar is located, so he was very relieved, came to the blacksmith shop, went to work, and then got off work. After getting off work, he came to the slums, disguised himself, and after dark, slowly went to the North District. There were not many people in the Assassin's Tavern, even fewer than last time. Only one man in black was sitting quietly in the corner. Duray just glanced at him and went straight to the bar. The most new small say in 6-9 book bar first hair. A glass of wine. Doug glanced at Duray, his face showed no change, you haven't been here for a long time. He poured a glass of wine and put it in front of Duray. Duray raised his head and said in a low voice, I've recently gotten into trouble and am being tracked. Doug was stunned, looked at Duray, and pondered slightly. A while ago, many people died in the city, including nobles and police officers. The death of nobles was indeed very serious, and the whole city was strictly investigated. Even those small gangsters didn't dare to mess around. Duray was indeed the murderer and should be careful. But so much time has passed, who would be monitoring him? He thought for a while and smiled casually, need help? As long as you are willing to pay, we can help you get through the difficulties. He then continued, our Assassin's Guild has very complicated relationships and should be able to help you. Duray naturally knew that the Assassin's Guild was complicated. Even Cardia was their thug, what else was impossible? However, he didn't want the Assassin's Guild to know his specific information, so he shook his head and said, no need, I'll handle it myself. I came this time to buy some special things. I don't know if the Assassin's Guild has them. Doug pondered for a moment, wondering what Duray wanted to buy. Was it potions, alchemy, or equipment? So he smiled and said, although we are just an assassin's guild, not a trading place, some low-level cultivation methods can be bought and sold. That's a benefit for our own people. Other things are not so complete. If you want to trade, I can introduce you to a black market for trading, it just depends on whether you dare to go. Don't worry, you are all our wealth, we won't let you die casually. Duray's mouth twitched. This Doug is really straightforward. What he needed were various materials, so when Doug said this, he wanted to know, so he looked into Doug's eyes and said, please tell me. Doug stretched out his hand, rubbed his index finger with his thumb, and looked down at him. This is also news, a news fee of 2 gold coins. Duray was slightly helpless. He took out 2 gold coins and carefully placed them on the table. Doug looked at Duray and said, no matter what you want to buy, the black market is the black market. You must always pay attention to safety. Duray nodded. What kind of place is the black market? He naturally knows. Black is a synonym for no rules, and a market is a market. Putting the 2 words together is a dark and chaotic market. Chapter 66. Doug didn't say it directly. He searched under the counter, found paper and a pen, wrote a note, turned it around, and placed it in front of Delay, his finger still pressing down on it. Delay lowered his head and saw the address. At this moment, Doug took the note back, gently rubbed it, and the note turned into scraps of paper. He casually threw the scraps into the nearby trash can. Seeing this, Delay was shocked. This Doug's strength as a warrior was not low. He didn't speak and turned to leave. At this moment, Doug said softly again, now that you're here, aren't you going to take a task? You've done 1 level 1 task and 1 level 2 task. Now you've been promoted to a level 2 assassin and can take level 2 tasks. Delay didn't want to take level 1 tasks at all. Hearing that he could take level 2 tasks, he immediately stopped, turned around, and said with interest, let me see. Doug smiled slightly and took out another notebook. This notebook was not thick, with only 2 or 3 pages. Delay took the notebook in his hand and carefully flipped through it from beginning to end. Level 2 tasks were much more difficult than level 1 tasks. Level 1 tasks were just killing ordinary people like Feller, at most intermediate apprentices, mostly civilians. Level 2 tasks were much more difficult. Most targets were advanced apprentices, or down-and-out nobles, or even nobles with real power. This target was not easy to choose. The death of 1 or 2 civilians, or even ordinary officials, didn't matter, but the death of a noble, or even a down-and-out noble, would cause a backlash from the entire noble group, which was not a good thing. Bondi's death last time caused a city-wide purge. He read through the contents and then shook his head, saying, I need to do some investigation before deciding which task to choose. Doug nodded and smiled, no problem, safety first. Delay quickly left the bar and quickly blended into the darkness. He didn't go directly to the place on the note, because it wasn't one place, but many places, rotating every month, and the black market's opening was time-limited and required patience. Delay was not in a hurry. In the next few days, he could adapt to the abilities of an advanced apprentice and strengthen his methods. The biggest difference between an advanced apprentice and an intermediate apprentice was that the mental strength was so strong that it extended to all parts of the body, even to the surface of the body. This allowed them to touch objects through mental strength and use spell-casting materials to cast level 0 cantrips. The most famous of these was the Burning Hands. Burning Hands, through spell-casting materials, could make the entire hand burning, scorching, and harming enemies, greatly enhancing the attack ability. It could also be attached to weapons that were not afraid of high temperatures to kill enemies with flames, comparable to the aura attachment attack of a level 1 warrior, with great power. In the entire Doman city, there were only 7 or 8 level 1 warriors, which shows the power of an advanced apprentice. Among the many professions, the wizard profession has the highest lethality. After reading Nar's biography, Delay was very envious of this seemingly cool level 0 magic. Another level 0 magic that must be learned is the very famous level 0 magic, Wizard's Hand. Its greatest function is not to injure enemies, but to create alchemical equipment. In addition to level 0 magic, there are also some small mental tricks. For example, he can put hallucinogenic potions in his hand, and then surround them with mental strength. When using them, he can release them into the surrounding environment with mental strength. He can also use contact to bewitch others with hallucinogenic potions, which is the same as using sleeping pills, but there is a more choice, more concealed, He quickly returned to the slums, changed his clothes, and quietly came to the street, walking towards his home. No one followed him today. He returned home, went to the room, lit the candle, took out Nar's biography, and began to read it. Wizard's Hand, no materials, put it down first, let's look at burning hands first. There are 3 kinds of alchemical materials for burning hands: white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal. It needs to be mixed with hallucinogenic potion in a certain proportion. After drying, it forms a white powdery substance, which can be released when placed in the hand. The process of releasing magic can be divided into 3 types. One is to release by chanting spells, the second is to release by constructing a mental spell model, and the third is to release using complex gestures. In the wizard system, witchcraft or magic is not immutable, not just a fixed routine. The difference lies in the materials used to cast the magic, or the spell model for constructing the magic. There are many spell casting techniques. The book introduces a lot. After reading all the information, I found that there are also some unique techniques in magic rune studies or magic potion studies, which made Delay a little confused. Finally, I had to ask Bale. As a creature above level 7, Bale definitely has a great advantage in this regard. When Delay asked Bale, Bale tilted his head, seemingly mocking him. You can ask me, which shows that you don't have a clear concept of wizards. Indeed, you don't have a teacher, no one to point out the way forward for you. Delay was expressionless, his eyes disdainful. He has a teacher, what do I need you for? Bale lazily lay on the ground, his head on his paws, his dog face showing a strange smile. Hee, if you want to become a great magician, you must abandon these 2 methods of spells and gestures, and learn to release through constructing a spell model. Spells and gestures are for mediocre people. Whether it is a spell or a gesture, it takes a very long time to prepare. During this time, you have no defense at all. The real mage is to cast spells with a single thought, instantly casting spells. Delay was thoughtful. Constructing a spell model is the most difficult of all spell casting, because if the mental strength is not stable enough at the beginning, if there are dozens or hundreds of nodes in the magic rune, it is impossible to construct it in an instant, unless you wait until your strength is strong enough. However, he looked at the magic rune of Burning Hands, and it seemed that there were only dozens of nodes, which seemed easy. Magic rune studies is similar to spells in this respect. They both use strange runes and spell nodes. Even the refining scrolls in magic rune studies are to seal the spell model of magic into the scroll, and tearing it open can be used as magic. In the wizarding world, the concepts of witchcraft and magic are common, but witchcraft is the wizard's own name, and magic is the general term of the people. After getting this clear concept, Delay focused on magic rune studies. Constructing a spell model naturally requires using mental strength to construct it. After the construction is successful, absorbing energy is considered to be forming a complete witchcraft, and in the advanced apprentice stage, mental strength cannot leave the body and cannot touch external energy, so spell-casting materials that can contact the body become a key factor. So that's what level 0 cantrips are like. Delay instantly understood the important meaning of spell-casting materials. This thing only plays a role in contacting potential energy, and the real effect is still the mental strength itself. After understanding this, Delay knew what to do. Magic runes and spell models are all fixed rune shapes. Although they are fixed runes, there are also changes, adjusted according to each person's understanding of witchcraft. The magic rune of Burning Hands is like a spoon-type pattern, with a total of 36 mental nodes. Seeing this pattern, Delay felt like there was no difficulty. Chapter 67. The condensation of nodes in a spell model is also quite particular. After studying it for a while, Dole quickly closed his eyes and formed a spiral-shaped spell node in his mind. The reason it's spiral-shaped is that spirals are easy to condense. This is a technique given in the book. If your mental power is sufficient, you can condense a spell node into various shapes, such as a triangular prism or a cube. Each different pattern can accommodate different amounts of energy, creating different effects, but the overall pattern cannot change and must follow certain pattern rules. Dole's book explains this in detail, so he didn't give up on constructing the spell model just because it was difficult. With one node successfully condensed, Dole quickly condensed another node, connected the 2 nodes, and then condensed the 3rd node. In his mind, the mental energy equivalent to a copper coin quickly disappeared. After sensing this, Dole immediately understood the amount of mental energy required for this spell. He was already good at controlling a large number of copper coins, so applying a large number of nodes was not difficult at all. Soon, he completed the construction of the spell nodes and connected them all, forming a burning hand pattern in his mind. It doesn't seem that difficult. He was a little pleased with himself, and then moved the magic from his mind, stretched his body, and moved it to his hand. If he had the materials for the burning hand in his hand at this time, then the spell would be considered successfully cultivated. Bear, who was standing next to him, raised his head at this time. He naturally felt the mental power fluctuations in Dole's hand. Although it was very weak to him, it was very clear. This guy, how much effort did it take him to form a complete spell model? Isn't this too exaggerated? At this time, he saw Dole open his eyes, with a hint of joy on his face. He looked at Dole, and a heavy voice sounded, "When can you complete a spell model in a single thought? That's when you'll be successful. You've been using it for almost 10 minutes. If you were chanting a spell, you would have released it countless times by now." Bear tried his best to discourage him. Dole naturally understood this principle. He was not discouraged by Bear, but just smiled and said, "This is my first time, it's pretty good. I will continue to practice and strive to cast spells quickly. At the very least, it must be less than 8 seconds of chanting." He took a deep breath, re-entered his mind, dispersed the burning hand model, and continued to condense it again. When the model dispersed, the mental energy used returned to his mind, and recondensed into copper coins, with a slight loss. About the mental energy of 1 copper coin was lost. 1 copper coin can probably form 4 nodes, not counting the energy channels in the middle. 36 nodes probably require 9 copper coins. With his current total mental power, he can probably cast 8 burning hands. Dole carefully calculated it, and was secretly delighted. When Neruyi first entered the advanced wizard apprentice level, it was about this number. His talent was basically the same as his. Neruyi is a magic warrior, practicing both warrior and wizard professions. Dole is on par with him in wizardry, which is already quite behind. Dole thought happily in his heart, and then calmed down and began the second round of condensation. Soon, 2 hours passed. He was a little tired, and more than 20 copper coins had been consumed, but he only managed to compress the time to within 1 minute. For combat, this time was still too long. Late at night, meditation. After entering the advanced apprentice level, the progress of mental power meditation can be stabilized slightly. In one night, about half a copper coin is formed. Dole is still satisfied with this. This is without using any mental power potions. If there were mental power potions, I'm afraid it could completely form the total mental power of 1 copper coin. But don't worry, he is still young and has plenty of time. At the blacksmith shop, Kadia wandered to the door. He went directly to the forging room and stood in front of Dole's furnace, seeing Dole reading again. A blacksmith, reading every day, interesting. Dole also felt someone looking at him, put down the book, and saw it was Kadia. He closed the book and put it aside, stood up, and said, "Lord Kadia, do you need to repair your sword?" Kadia nodded, took out the sword hanging from his waist, held it with both hands, and gave it to Dole. Seeing it, Dole's mouth twitched slightly. The sword was covered with dense sword marks, scarred, and even had a crack. This sword could hardly be used. He carefully checked it up and down, shook his head and said, "It has been recast too many times, it can't be used anymore, it needs to be reforged." Kadia was a little dazed. This sword was quite easy to use, why can't it be used so quickly? He sighed and said, "Then reforge it, the structure is the same as this one." Dole nodded, turned his head and said to Anderson, "Go get the materials." He reported the materials. Kadia doesn't have high requirements for ordinary swords, just toughness and sturdiness are enough. Dole understands this very well. Watching Anderson leave, only Dole was left in the forging room. Kadia jumped lightly and came into the forging room, standing next to Dole, almost touching him. Dole's heart trembled at this time. This guy was standing too close. "Refine a bottle of poison for me, I have the recipe, I will prepare the materials myself." Kadia whispered. "The most new small say is at 6-9 book bar first hair." Dole was stunned and said, "Lord Kadia, what are you talking about?" Kadia smiled, with a hint of sinister threat on his face, "I know you can refine it, I only need 1 copy." His expression quickly disappeared. Dole looked at Kadia, not panicking at all. The other party needs to use him, so he is not afraid at all. He narrowed his eyes and said, Lord Katia, are you sure you know what you are saying right now? Katia was a little surprised. Dole was too calm. Where did this guy get his courage? He frowned slightly and said, Lin Rui, if you help me with this, I will provide you with Dis's intelligence. Dole narrowed his eyes even more. He lowered his head and thought carefully. He used poison twice to kill his opponents, and he also followed him, watching him kill Carmen. Obviously, he knows his situation. He actually used Dis's intelligence to exchange with him. What is he trying to do? Is it worth it to refine this so-called poison? Also, what does he need this medicine for? At this time, Katia had already raised his head and looked around, his eyes looking at the various tools in the forging room. After a long time, Dole raised his head and looked at Katia and said, Deal, but I don't need Dis's intelligence, just give me money, I need money recently. After being promoted to advanced level, what he lacks now is casting materials, and casting materials are extremely expensive. After saving for half a year, plus the transactions with Old Me and Lily, he has almost 30 gold coins. Normally speaking, 30 gold coins are quite a lot, basically equivalent to the entire wealth of a down-and-out nobleman, but it is hard to say how many copies he can buy for casting materials. Katia thought for a while, then nodded and said, I will still give you the intelligence, 10 gold coins. Dole had no expression. Soon Anderson came out from behind and came to the forging furnace. Katia consciously came outside at this time, but his expression was slightly serious, and his eyes looked at an unknown place, his thoughts drifting to somewhere. Dole didn't think so much, took the materials and started slowly forging. Chapter 68. In the evening, Dole had just gotten off work and quickly spotted Katia hiding by the roadside. He silently walked over, and when the two met again, Katia said nothing, handed him a package, and then silently walked away. Dole didn't think too much about it, put away the package, and turned to leave as well. He had to hurry on the road this afternoon to go to the library, return the book, and then borrow a new one before it closed. Recently, he had been reading various biographies, which he found quite interesting. Reading is a habit, as he read, he grew to like it. The stories of the characters in the books, the romances, and the cunning and insidiousness were all useful to Dole, and he could learn many lessons from them. This world is complex, and he needed to understand its complexity and learn from the experiences of his predecessors in order to survive in this complex world, amidst many dangers. This was Dole's understanding of books. In addition, he could also learn from others' ways of dealing with people, their smoothness, and their handling of affairs. Although he couldn't learn everything, he at least had to understand the relevant routines so that he wouldn't suffer losses. After borrowing 2 books, Dole returned home. It was already dark, so he lit a candle, sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a book, and began to read with relish. After advancing to a high-level wizard apprentice, he didn't rush to improve further, but relaxed completely. He read until 10 o'clock in the evening before putting down the book, picking up Katia's package, and going next door. Opening the package, it was full of various medicinal herbs, and also a book. Dole was a little surprised, he was just practicing a kind of poison, why did he bring a whole book? He looked at it and found that this book actually didn't have many pages. It contained the refining methods of 3 kinds of poison. The first poison, colorless and odorless, was called white cicada. He didn't know why it was named that. The second poison was black cicada, and the third poison was called flower cicada. Seeing these 3 names, the corners of Dole's mouth twitched. This was definitely designed by one person, it was truly morbid. There was also a small note in the book, stating that he should refine the first poison, white cicada. Dole looked at the introduction of the 3 poisons. The first poison, white cicada, is colorless and odorless, killing people invisibly, and is effective against any profession below level 2. The second poison, black cicada, is a large-scale destructive poison that can dissolve in water. 100 grams can kill dozens of people, and its power is very great, with lethality to all professions below level 2. The third type, flower cicada, is the most powerful. It can volatilize and dissolve in the air. Putting 1 kilogram of flower cicada upwind can easily poison half a village, and its power is very terrifying. It is also effective against all people and all professionals below level 2. Seeing this, Dole was shocked. What kind of person designed such a powerful poison? The first one was fine, but the second and third were simply aimed at extermination, too vicious. He flipped through the book and didn't find a signature, not knowing who designed it. What shocked Dole the most was that this kind of poison only required a mid-level wizard to refine, which was very easy. No wonder they want to control the number of wild wizards. Wizards are simply too terrifying for ordinary people. Professionals have to suffer too. Shivering, Dole put down the book, thought for a moment, and then decided to help Katiya refine it. He carefully checked the medicinal materials, a total of 10 portions. Katiya only needs 1 portion, so let's refine 1 portion for him. Refining too much is easy to lose control. Dole didn't know what Katiya was going to do, but it was definitely not a joke. Refining 1 portion would at most kill 1 person, refining too much would easily cause trouble. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and began to spread out the various materials, dividing them into portions, and then decocting, extracting, and quenching them separately, finally putting them into test tubes and beakers and mixing them carefully. This poison is a contact poison, and Dole even prepared a mask and gloves, requiring extreme caution. At this time, the power of a high-level wizard apprentice was manifested. Under the powerful mental power, the control was greatly enhanced, and there were almost no mistakes. He extracted the poison in one go, and it was exactly the same as described in the book. He poured the poison into a bottle and put on the stopper. A tube of very powerful poison was formed. Looking at the remaining herbs, Dole pondered for a moment and decided to put them aside. This thing might be used on Dis. After thinking for a while, he put the potion aside, then took off his mask and gloves, cleaned up everything, and returned to his room. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and he began to meditate. For a high-level apprentice, increasing half a copper coin in one night seems like a lot, but it's actually not much. His current total amount of copper coins is 73. Increasing one only increases by 1/73, pitifully little, and basically, you can't see any increase. Moreover, the total amount of mental power entering the wizard stage is many times that of the high-level stage. He still doesn't understand it. To be honest, this progress is slow, not just a little bit. Therefore, wild wizards without resources may never be able to advance to a level 1 wizard in their lifetime because they simply can't see the end. But Dole was not in a hurry. He didn't lack ability, nor did he lack magic potion techniques. As long as he found a stable place, many things could be solved easily. He thought that after killing Dis, he would leave here and change places, and still live a good life. The next morning, Katiya came very early, originally just intending to build a relationship, but unexpectedly, Dole gave him the thing in person. Katiya glanced at Dole and quietly put away the potion. I owe you a favor. I will try my best to find out other information about Dis for you, but the ability association is currently in the police station, so it is inconvenient for me to collect it. Please be patient and wait. He calmed down and said quietly. Dole curled his lips and said, the production of this potion is not difficult. You can find any mid-level apprentice to refine it. There's no need to thank me so much. Katiya said in a long tone, although that's the case, it's not so easy to find a mid-level apprentice who has a good relationship and is not easily exposed. Dole was stunned. Hey, it seems that's the case. Apart from the ability association, which wizard apprentice dares to reveal his identity? It's simply courting death. Even if it's cultivated by the Orn family themselves, they don't dare to openly declare their identity. Dole thought for a while and whispered, I don't care who you want to kill, try to protect yourself. I know you are an assassin. Katiya nodded slightly and quickly disappeared into the blacksmith shop. Soon, a day passed quickly. Time slowly came to mid-November, and the entire Doman city had entered the winter season. The mountains began to become bare, and the air slowly became dry. Not far after walking out of the blacksmith shop, Dole saw 2 marks not far away. He slowly returned home, took his things, and walked out, heading towards the slums. This transaction was different from the last time. He asked Lily to bring him some spell-casting materials, and of course, he paid for them. As a high-level wizard apprentice, Lily had access to more resources than himself. If she could get some resources, Dole wouldn't be polite and would directly ask for them. The transaction was still conducted in the slums. Seeing Dole, Lily clearly felt that Dole was a little different and was a little dazed. You have also entered the high-level wizard apprentice stage. Dole generously admitted and whispered, I'm going out for a while to learn magic tricks, but our transaction remains the same. I will enter the city once a month. Lily was a little tempted. Dole had entered the high-level apprentice stage, so wouldn't that be? She immediately said, "Can you refine level 2 mental power potions? If you can, I can get some herbs." She also knew that it was impossible to refine them in the city, but if he went outside the city, it wouldn't affect anything. This guy Dole had already prepared for it. Dole looked at Lily with some surprise. She could also get in touch with this thing? Level 2 mental power potions require magic crystals. Lily whispered, "I can get some magic crystal scraps. The effect should be universal. You just need to get the other herbs." Chapter 69. Dural was immediately tempted. "Then can you help me get some magic crystal residue? I have channels for herbs. How about we trade 3 bottles a month? He also needs a level 2 mental strength potion now. The level 1 mental strength potion doesn't have much effect anymore." Lily immediately replied, "Okay, no problem." After trading the items in hand, they agreed to meet in 5 days. Coming and going in a hurry, Dural took the empty baggage and turned to Future Pharmacy. Of course, he didn't forget to disguise himself again. He used Adu's disguise to meet Lily, and Lin Rui's disguise to meet Old Me. The two cannot conflict. These past few days, he had been feeling that someone was watching him, so he switched between several identities. The person who was watching him had long been thrown out of sight. Entering winter, there were fewer pedestrians on the street, and the number of people here at Future Pharmacy gradually decreased. Sitting at the counter, Old Me saw Dural come in, and silently waved to him, walking towards the back. Dural understood, and the two quickly arrived at the pharmacy in the back. Sitting in front of the table, Dural took out 15 bottles of level 1 mental strength potions and placed them on the table, saying, "I need herbs for level 2 mental strength potions." Old Me was very confident in the quality of Dural's potions. Those customers were also very satisfied. Hearing this, his hand trembled instantly, and he looked up at Dural in surprise. This guy has advanced to a high-level apprentice so quickly? No problem, but we don't have magic crystals here. If there are level 2 mental strength potions, what Old Me is thinking is that he can win over more high-level apprentices. The wizard group cannot be seen in the Northern Kingdom. Every transaction must be done privately. If there are level 2 mental strength potions, he can see more high-level apprentices, which can bring more resources, so he can earn enough money. A bottle of level 2 mental strength potion costs about 10 gold coins, and the profit is a full 3 gold coins. If there are 3 or 4 bottles a month, then he can earn more than a dozen gold coins from Dural in a month. Old Me is full of expectations for this flow of wealth. Dural didn't notice Old Me's expression, just nodded indifferently, "I have other channels for magic crystals, you don't need to worry about that. Also, can you get spellcasting materials here?" Old Me breathed a sigh of relief and became excited in his heart, he was getting rich. However, he didn't have any extra expression on his face, and nodded steadily, "I can get anything related to medicinal materials here, but anything that is not a medicinal material is not possible." Dural reported the materials for Burning Hand. Old Me thought carefully for a while, "It seems that there is only white phosphorus." Dural's eyes lit up. Having white phosphorus is enough. Sulfur and charcoal are not difficult to find. The blacksmith shop actually has them. Thinking of this, Dural was a little excited. He finally had magic to release. Having powerful magic is the real foundation for survival. Magicians can't be seen in the light, but they are also a means. Whether it is magic that can't be seen in the light, or the cross-fist technique, they can be used to save lives. Dural can tolerate the life of a small person, but he can't tolerate being bullied by others, and the situation of not being able to fight back is too bad. Pharmacies occasionally use white phosphorus. This kind of thing needs to be stored at low temperatures. It is easy to burn if the temperature is too high, so Old Me got some ice for him. Dural thanked Old Me from the bottom of his heart, even if he knew that Old Me's idea of using him accounted for the majority. In fact, it can't be considered use, it's just a win-win situation for both parties. Leaving the pharmacy, it was completely dark outside. Dural dragged the baggage of ice and various herbs, and soon returned to the alley. Although white phosphorus is easy to burn, there is a standard value. Now it is winter, and the temperature outside is only 4 or 5 degrees. At night, it even reaches below 0, so there is no fear of white phosphorus burning. After putting away the white phosphorus, Dural's heart was neither sad nor happy. He continued to practice at night, and the increase was still half a copper coin, which was very slow. There are 3 kinds of burning materials in the blacksmith shop, charcoal, coke, and wood. Coke is not easy to ignite, but the temperature is high when it is ignited, almost reaching a high temperature of 1000 degrees. The lowest temperature is wood, and charcoal is better, and charcoal has no smoke, but the production method of charcoal is a bit troublesome. As for sulfur, there is some in the warehouse. Some metals need to be soaked in sulfur. Dural took some out and picked up some charcoal by the stove, and the materials for burning hand were enough. It looks quite simple, but the premise is that there is white phosphorus. White phosphorus itself is also an alchemical product. The extraction process is more complicated and belongs to a branch of materials science. Dural doesn't have raw materials, nor does he have various other substances for extracting white phosphorus, so naturally he cannot extract white phosphorus himself. If he has the materials, he can actually make it himself, but unfortunately, these things are all controlled items and are not easy to obtain at all. Therefore, he can only settle for the next best thing, and the extraction will be discussed when there is a chance in the future. As a high-level wizard apprentice, extracting spellcasting materials is the first step. If you can't find spellcasting materials at all, you can't talk about spellcasting, which is a pseudo-proposition. With the materials for burning hand, the next step is Lily's magic crystal. This matter is not in a hurry. Dural was actually a little excited. After practicing for more than half a year, he was finally able to see the results. How could he not be excited? However, excitement is excitement. Dural never shows it, even when he is at work. He has a normal face, neither happy nor sad. Soon, another 2 days passed. On the third day, Anderson came over from the back and said to Dural that Uncle Hong was looking for him. Dural was puzzled. He put down the book and came to the back. He was surprised to see Uncle Hong and Harley sitting together. He was so engrossed in reading that he didn't know when Brother Ha came in. He respectfully said, "Uncle Hong, Brother Ha." Brother Ha smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm here today to tell you something. Have you taken the blacksmith certificate?" Dural shook his head, "That thing is useless, what's the point of taking it?" Uncle Hong glared at him from the side, "How is it useless? Unless you are prepared to be an unknown level 2 blacksmith for the rest of your life." Dural was immediately embarrassed. It's not that he wasn't prepared to be a level 2 blacksmith for the rest of his life, but that he never planned to be a blacksmith for the rest of his life. Harley knew something about Dural's situation, waved his hand, and stopped Uncle Hong from speaking. He said, "Then do you have any ideas?" Dural had many ideas, but it was not convenient to say them at this time, so he lowered his head, thought for a while and said, "Let's just muddle along for now, we'll talk about the future later. Oh, by the way, while you are all here, I need to go out for a period of time recently, probably a few months, so I'll let you know in advance." Harley was a little surprised. He was still thinking that the annual blacksmith conference was about to begin, and he wanted Dural to take a certificate, but now it seems that it's hopeless. Uncle Hong didn't know where Dural came from, and said earnestly at this time, "Once you enter the blacksmith's door, taking the certificate is a must. Now you also have the strength of level 2. If you take a level 2 blacksmith certificate, even if you don't work in Armando blacksmith shop in the future, you can take the certificate to other blacksmith shops, or even go out and go to a big city. It's not possible without a certificate." Dural shook his head and said, "Let's talk about the future later." Uncle Hong said, "It's a pity, if you go to the exam, the youngest level 2 blacksmith would be none other than you." Dural's departure was not a big deal. There was nothing to do in winter anyway, so leaving for a few months was fine, there was nothing wrong with that. Chapter 70. Dory chatted with them for a while and learned that they were there for the matters of the Blacksmith's Guild. Since he didn't want to take the exam, they didn't force him. After talking for a while, Uncle Hong finally said, "I know you want to learn advanced hammer techniques. I'll teach you when you get back." Dory's eyes lit up, and he smiled, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Uncle Hong." Leaving from the back, Dory returned to the front. As soon as he sat down, he looked up and saw Kadaya, dressed in swordsman's attire, walking in from outside. His expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He walked over lightly, then stopped in front of Dory's forge and casually tossed a small bag over. Then, he turned and left without lingering. Dory caught the small bag and looked at Kadaya's back, feeling somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with this guy today? He picked up the bag, opened it, and his heart immediately trembled. Inside the small bag were glittering white crystals. He had seen these crystals before, they were fragments of magic crystals. He had seen magic crystal fragments before. The ones he had picked up at the Bianchi mine were later eaten by the dog Odo. At the time, he didn't know they were so precious and didn't keep them. Now, he felt a bit regretful. What did Kadaya mean by giving him magic crystal fragments? Still, Dory felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was like someone offering a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. Just then, he saw a pair of patrol soldiers running out of the city in neat formation, frantically searching for something on the street. They were checking everyone very strictly. Then, he saw a team of city guards emerge from who knows where and begin wandering around the streets, seemingly looking for someone. The streets were immediately thrown into chaos. The pedestrians were frightened by the guards and huddled on the side of the road, trembling, unsure of what had happened. These soldiers spread throughout the entire street and quickly rushed into the slums. Normally, they wouldn't bother coming to this place, but today they stepped into the mud and went directly into the slums. At the same time, several people wearing long robes walked out of the city, holding disc-like objects in their hands, searching the streets. Dory had never seen such a scene in his more than 10 years of life. It seemed that something major had happened. Even the death of the Bundy noble last time wasn't this exaggerated. Everyone in the blacksmith shop stood at the door, looking out, wondering what had happened. Just then, Hage and Uncle Hong also came out from inside. As people with some status, they quickly went to the street and casually asked the patrolling soldiers. Then, the two of them turned pale. Lord 3 of the Aun family was dead. The news quickly reached Dor's ears, and his mind went blank. He finally understood what Kadaya wanted him to make poison for. This guy, Kadaya, was too bold. He even dared to kill a powerful figure from the family he was loyal to. He suddenly felt that the magic crystal fragments in his hand were burning hot. This guy was simply lawless. However, he didn't doubt whether Kadaya would be exposed or not. He knew the effectiveness of the poison he made best. There was no way they would suspect him. He just wondered why this guy would do such a thing. This was a big deal. The death of a viscount was a huge event in Demon City. Dory estimated that this situation would at least result in a city-wide lockdown and a strict investigation. From top to bottom, everyone would be thoroughly checked. With the magic crystal mine about to produce finished products, this was a major event. He quickly saw that the city gates were quickly closed, and every pedestrian on the street was being checked, creating a chaotic mess. Whether in the Northern Kingdom or elsewhere, nobles and commoners were treated differently. If commoners died, the police department would handle it according to regulations. If they could find the murderer, great. If not, they wouldn't care. Nobles were different. Nobles were the true upper class. The empire's nobility was limited in number. The death of a noble was a major event, involving countless conflicts of interest. Dory pondered in his heart, then clicked his tongue. Kadaya was fine when he wasn't causing trouble, but when he did, it was a huge deal. The head of a viscount was probably worth around a third-level mission. While he was thinking chaotically, a team of soldiers arrived at the blacksmith shop and barged in, surrounding the entire place. These soldiers were all elite troops, with abundant energy and vigorous blood. Each one was comparable to a second-level blacksmith who frequently worked with iron. Plus, they were armed. Everyone retreated, not daring to test their mettle. What did these soldiers mean by coming to the blacksmith shop? Soon, one of them stepped forward and looked around, shouting coldly, "Who's in charge here?" At this moment, a sarcastic voice came, "Oh, Commander Feng Suo, what a grand display! Can't you see such a big person like me?" Feng Suo found the voice somewhat familiar, and his brow furrowed. They were here to stir up trouble, and who dared to provoke them? He suddenly turned his head and saw a familiar figure, and he was immediately stunned. Hage. He immediately dissipated his aura and chuckled, "So, Hage is in charge here." He raised his head and glanced at the name of the blacksmith shop, feeling somewhat puzzled. When did this Mondo blacksmith shop become the city lord's property? Harley waved his hand, impatiently saying, "Just say what you need to say. Everyone here is here. If you want to ask anything, hurry up and ask, then get out." Feng Suo lowered his head, not daring to be presumptuous. Behind him, the soldiers also sensed their leaders retreat and sheathed their weapons, retracting their energy. Well, the third son of the Vice City Lord's family died. The City Lord and Vice City Lord are furious and sent us out to maintain order, asking if any strangers have come in recently. Harley shook his head. He waved his hand, pointed to everyone, and said, "These are all old-timers of several years. If they weren't old-timers, they wouldn't stay here all the time. Go look somewhere else. By the way, is that guy really dead?" Feng Suo's gaze followed Heijie's hand in a circle, finally pausing on Dory, then he heard his last sentence. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Dead is dead. Is there a real or fake? He died of poisoning, so this matter may involve a lot, possibly even involving a wizard. Be careful here." Harley was immediately shocked. He didn't dare to look at Dory, and countless thoughts ran through his mind. Dory killed Odo and his son, killed Feller and Cayman, all with poison. He himself was likely a wizard. Dory knew Kadaya of the Aun family, and the two had a good relationship. Kadaya had a feud with that third son. Could he have done it? Being in a high position, he had many sources of information and naturally knew the inside story. This matter was serious. Didn't Dory say he wanted to take leave? He needed to get him out of here temporarily. While feeling somewhat shocked, Harley made up his mind, preparing to ignore this matter. He pretended to sigh and said, "Although that third son wasn't anything good, it's still a pity that he died like this." Captain Feng Suo nodded, not daring to respond. The internal affairs of the Aun family were not for a small captain like him to judge. Harley, as the chief steward of the city lord's family in charge of all the blacksmith shops in the city, was definitely in control here. He turned his head and shouted, "Squad, dismiss." The group left in a hurry. The group came quickly and left quickly, soon heading to the next house, rushing in as if they were robbing. Seeing this, Harley glanced at Dory. But Dory didn't notice Harley. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at the 3 inches in front of him, frantically guessing in his mind. Chapter 71. Harley looked at Delay and sighed inwardly. This guy really had a lot going on. Oh well, so what if he didn't take the blacksmith exam? He'd just work as long as he could. Since he was a wizard, he would definitely be playing around with high-end alchemy in the future. He wouldn't bother with the crude work of a blacksmith. He turned his head, coughed, and spoke in a low, authoritative voice. "Don't go running around these next few days. A big shot from the Orn family died, so they're definitely going to be investigating thoroughly. Don't let them find anything to use against you, or it won't be worth it when you end up in jail." "Yes, Brother Ha." Everyone replied respectfully in unison. These blacksmiths were all ordinary people, and Brother Ha held great authority. They all listened to and obeyed him. Harley said a few words to Uncle Hong, then hurried into the street and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Watching Brother Ha's departing figure, Uncle Hong sighed, then said to everyone, "All right, that's enough watching. Get back to work, and if you've got nothing to do, rest nearby. Be careful not to let anyone come looking for you." The group dispersed with a bang, each going back to what they were doing. After this incident, Delay naturally didn't dare to meet Lily easily. The streets were full of people from both the police and military departments. If he were caught making a transaction at this time, it wouldn't be fun. After getting off work, Delay quietly made the signal for a transaction after finishing his business, and hurriedly returned to his room. At this time, in a very ancient manner, in a lavishly decorated room, Police Inspector Moreno stood in the middle, his face as ugly as could be, attending to the big shots of the Orn family. Drops of sweat dripped from his forehead, and he appeared restless. A group of police chiefs around him were searching for any trace of clues. Because the police department itself was under the jurisdiction of Vice City Lord Orn Howard, the position of police inspector was not held by a member of the Orn family to avoid suspicion, but most of the police chiefs and officers were. The Orn family was involved in a wide range of businesses, including the mines, merchant caravans, metal and medicinal herbs of Dumont City. At this moment, the third son, who was in charge of medicinal herbs, had died, and Vice City Lord Howard's mood could be imagined. In addition to the police department, although people from the military department were also participating in the search, there were no military personnel in the manor. Instead, there were many people from the Ability Association, including Baichi, Tina, and several intermediate apprentices. Although Baichi was a high-level wizard apprentice and usually considered himself superior, he still didn't dare to act presumptuously in the presence of the many level 1 swordsmen of the Orn family. He and Tina obediently checked the body. The body had undoubtedly died from poisoning. As for what poison it was, it needed to be taken back for careful examination. He raised his head and exchanged a glance with Tina. Tina was also clueless at this time, because they had used many methods but still couldn't detect what poison it was. Baichi gave her a look, and she knew what he meant. In terms of skill, she wasn't as proficient as Baichi. If Baichi couldn't do anything, she naturally couldn't either. Tina raised her head and slowly walked to Howard, lowered her head, and said, "Grandpa, Uncle's poison is very rare. Neither of us knows what it is, so the body needs to be taken back for careful testing before we can be sure. However, we can be sure that it must have been done by someone on the inside, because only someone on the inside would be able to administer the poison so imperceptibly. Uncle is a level 1 transcendent, cultivating battle chi and having keen blood and chi. Only someone he doesn't guard against could easily succeed." Howard didn't speak. His gloomy face and not-so-tall figure stood there, giving people the feeling of a volcano. The volcano hadn't erupted yet, but everyone knew what kind of power would be produced after it erupted. Therefore, the yard was quiet, and no one dared to speak. After Tina spoke, Howard's thoughtful gaze suddenly focused and landed on Tina. Tina's mental power shrank sharply, as if encountering some kind of natural enemy. Howard glanced at Tina, then turned his head and looked at Baichi. Baichi's spirits lifted, and he also lowered his head, not daring to look at the Vice City Lord, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. Howard's expression was neither sad nor happy. No one knew what he was thinking or what he was going to do. They only felt that it was very oppressive here. Howard lowered his head, seemingly thinking about something. After a long time, he turned and walked out of the room, heading outside. Only then did the surrounding people breathe a sigh of relief. Tina looked at Baichi, then at Moreno, and said in a somewhat heavy tone, "My third uncle is dead. Please do your best. If you find anything, please notify us in time." Moreno wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a slight smile. Of course, of course. This is our police department's duty. I have already notified them to thoroughly investigate everyone in this residence and catch the murderer as soon as possible. Someone on the inside did it, so it could only be someone from the residence or someone from the Orn family. How could he investigate that? How could he investigate a ghost? If he really investigated, would he still be alive? Moreno was groaning inwardly. Baichi shook his head, "I'll do my best. This matter is not within my purview anyway." Howard left, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His duty in the Ability Association was to be responsible for foreign affairs, mainly searching for traces of black wizards. Solving cases was not his business. If the third son of the Orn family hadn't been poisoned, he wouldn't have even come. Tina looked at Baichi, a displeased expression on her face. Baichi glanced at Tina, expressionless. "I can help you with the testing, but I can't help with anything else." After saying this, he turned and left with his men. Tina was a little stunned, not expecting Baichi to let her down, and immediately hated him. But she couldn't do anything about it. She usually suppressed Baichi in the Ability Association, but now she was asking for his help, so it was no wonder he would put on a face. For 5 consecutive days, the entire city was only allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. All large and small gangs and organizations hardly dared to show their faces, because it involved poison. All large and small pharmacies were thoroughly searched, and all kinds of illegal activities were found and a large number of people were punished. The people of Dumont City were panicking, afraid of being targeted and arrested by the police. As long as you entered the police department, no one came out without injuries, which was the biggest reason why ordinary people were afraid. For 5 consecutive days, Delay honestly went to work and didn't do anything. He didn't even dare to refine the materials for the burning hand. Every day he came back, he practiced the cross fist in the yard, and meditated at night, as honest as he could be. He knew that the Ability Association was involved, and he was their object of observation. If he wasn't honest at this time, it would prove that something was wrong. If he was caught by the police again. Delay's face was a little gloomy. On the morning of the 5th day, the city gates slowly opened. At this time, many people came upon hearing the news and headed out of the city. The city gate was very lively. 5 days had passed, and Delay didn't know how things had developed, but he could imagine that they probably hadn't found anything. If Cardia wanted to kill someone, and even specifically asked him to refine the colorless and odorless white cicada poison, then it must be foolproof. No matter who died, they were destined to die in vain. The fact that they hadn't found anything so far after 5 days was an example. Delay also breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to work for 2 more days and then asked to leave to take a break. He needed to study the methods of a high-level wizard apprentice. Ability Association. Baichi wore tightly wrapped clothes, covering his entire body. He held a test tube in his gloved hand, placed it in front of his eyes, and carefully examined it. After a moment, he looked at the transparent solution inside, his expression becoming a little strange. Chapter 72. He put down the test tube, stoppered it, and walked out of the laboratory. He passed through a long corridor and came to another room filled with books, searched around, and quickly found a thin book. After flipping through the contents, he suddenly closed the book. This guy is quite something, to be able to find this kind of poison, and even find a wizard apprentice willing to help him concoct it. No wonder the third son of the Orn family died. I wonder who that fellow offended to be targeted like this. White cicada, a rather interesting poison. Baichi himself was not proficient in potion making, his expertise lay in materials science. However, that didn't stop him from studying it occasionally. After figuring out what it was, he returned to his room and casually summoned a mid-level apprentice to bring Tina to him. Soon, Tina rushed into the office. Baichi pushed the book he had just picked up in front of Tina and said, "The first one in this book, and it must be made by a wizard. Whoever killed your third uncle is related to a wizard. Check the ingredients listed and see who has used them recently. It's very likely to be related to your third uncle's death." Tina picked up the book, flipped through it, and her expression became serious and solemn. She suddenly closed the book and said earnestly to Baichi, "Consider me owing you a favor." Baichi's mouth cracked open, revealing a disdainful expression. "A favor? Do you nobles even have favors? Might as well give me some money instead." Tina bit her lip. "Baichi, I know we haven't treated you well, but don't forget where the convenience of your cultivation usually comes from. If it weren't for our noble support, where would the Ability Association be today?" This time, Baichi directly showed a mocking look. "Don't make it sound so sentimental. You're just doing it for yourselves. All right, you can leave now." Tina stared at Baichi with a gloomy expression. After a long while, she quickly left, preparing to start by investigating the drugs. Watching Tina leave, Baichi quickly put away his expression and pondered slightly. However, he only thought about it for a moment before turning his attention elsewhere. He decided to let the noble families worry about their internal affairs. It was too troublesome for outsiders to get involved. Kadiya followed closely behind Howard, as calm and collected as usual, without the slightest ripple. With the death of that person, the internal power struggle within the Orn family intensified, with everyone vying for the power vacuum left behind, giving Howard, the head of the family, a headache. Howard was already over 70 years old this year, with granddaughters in their 20s. His energy had long waned, and if it weren't for his strength as a level 2 warrior, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. These past few days, he hadn't done anything. He just went to duel with people as usual, living a very comfortable life. Howard walked through the hall and came to the office. There were several people here, including Tina. As soon as he walked in, Tina said loudly, "Grandpa, I've already analyzed the poison that killed third uncle. It's white cicada." Hearing this, everyone looked at Tina, including Kadiya. Howard frowned, his gaze stern as he looked at Tina. A low and heavy voice sounded, "White cicada." Tina handed a piece of paper to Howard. 3 days later, Delay greeted Dory and Uncle Hong, as well as Harley, and secretly met with Lily. Lily was indeed resourceful, and had managed to get him quite a few materials. The main one was magic crystal residue, with medicinal herbs being secondary. After Delay got the items, he arranged a time to meet again, and then quickly left the city. He and Lily were different. Lily only needed to simply accumulate mental power, and didn't need to study wizardry for the time being. But he was different. He needed to quickly improve his combat power to prevent any sudden crises. He had too many things on his plate, and couldn't help but worry. After leaving the city, he followed the main road forward. There was only one road out of Doman City, and it led directly to Chris County. There were several towns along the way. Although Delay had never been there, he knew about them. The blacksmith shop often had people from the towns coming to the city to buy farm tools, machetes, and the like. Leaving Doman City, Delay took Bale and walked towards the outside of the city. It was officially winter, and the mountains outside the city, except for the evergreen pines and cypresses, had all shed their leaves, revealing bare branches. The mountains had also turned into a color dominated by yellow, looking somewhat desolate at a glance. There weren't many people on the road, because in winter, there was less to eat in the mountains, and wild animals often came to the vicinity of the road, waiting for an opportunity to attack passers-by. Winter was a dangerous time for the entire Doman city. Delay walked along the road, with a long sword hanging at his waist and a crossbow hidden under his clothes. The enhanced hallucinogenic potion could be taken out at any time, and he had even made several portions of poison. So many things caused his clothes to be a little bloated. Going down from Doman city was basically downhill. After walking 5 kilometers outside the city and turning a corner, Doman city could no longer be seen, and he officially entered the sparsely populated mountainous area. The first town was 10 kilometers outside the city, surrounded by the confluence of several small rivers, with a large flat area in the middle. Several hundred households lived sparsely, including hunters, farmers, and even patrol teams. It was too close to the city, and Delay didn't plan to stay here. Delay continued forward, passing several bends, and came to the second town. It was far enough away from Doman city, and he planned to stay here. The geographical environment was similar to the previous town, also a confluence of several small rivers. The two ridges were slightly wider, converging into a high ground, and below was the riverbed of the Doman River. Even in winter, the water flow of the Doman River was very abundant, making a rushing sound. The villagers' residences in the town were very concentrated, living on the opposite ridge, surrounded by fences to prevent wild animals from the mountains. There were also several tall watchtowers on the mountain, located in front of the town, behind the town, and up and down the river. There were also people standing on the watchtowers at this time. He looked around and decided to stay here for the winter. To pass through the pipeline, you had to go through a small bridge. There were also people guarding the bridge. As soon as you approached the bridge, 4 or 5 villagers guarding the entrance surrounded you and shouted questions. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Delay walked to the fence, already having thought of an excuse. Looking at the simple and sturdy villagers, he put down his things and slowly introduced himself. His father was an orphan, unable to live in the city, and came to the village to make a living. He didn't ask for much, just a place to live. His father was a doctor and could treat some diseases, and he planned to make a living by collecting herbs. When the villagers heard that Delay was the descendant of a doctor, their eyes lit up, and someone immediately shouted, "Wait here, I'll go back and find the town chief," and so on. As soon as he left, the tense villagers became amiable, even opening the fence and surrounding him with smiles. The profession of doctor was popular everywhere, especially in villages and towns where medical conditions were quite poor. There would definitely be no one to stop him from sneaking in as a doctor, and Delay was indeed planning to make a living by collecting herbs and making some medicine. He planned to study all of the courses, potion making, materials science, and rune studies, and didn't want to give up on any of them. At this time, the villagers saw Bale, and someone began to tease the dog, but Bale simply ignored him. Before long, a young and strong man wearing very thin clothes walked out from inside. He was very young, with a broadsword hanging at his waist, walking with a dragon-like gait. Chapter 73. Dolly saw this man, and this man also saw Dolly. Both had sun-darkened skin, so dark they were practically black. As the burly man approached, he was like a moon surrounded by stars, with many people crowding around him. He came over, and with some doubt, asked, "You say you're a doctor, what proof do you have?" This person was no doctor, with that skin and that body, he was clearly a warrior. Dolly, unhurried, took out a small box from behind him. Inside were his experimental tools. He opened it, let the burly man take a look, and said, "These are my alchemy tools. Some others are still in the city because I don't have a carriage. I'll go back in a few days to get them." Inside the small box were also some finished potions, which he showed to the young, strong man. The young, strong man's face lit up immediately, and he said, "Good, good, good, the village just happens to be short of a doctor. Come in, what kind of accommodation would you like? I'll arrange something for you." Dolly raised an eyebrow, thinking, he's so easy to talk to. He'd prepared so many arguments. Quiet and secluded will do. Don't worry about safety, I can take care of myself. He rolled up his sleeves, displaying his thick arms. The surrounding men were immediately surprised to see this. The young, strong man nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this little doctor would have some excessive demands, but it turned out to be this. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about the small bamboo house by the river? The only secluded house we have left is the small bamboo house, but don't worry, the small bamboo house isn't damp. It's about 2 meters above the ground and was formerly used to observe the river. We don't need it in the winter. Dolly thought about it. No matter what he was up to, he would move in first, so he nodded. The surrounding men immediately cheered and escorted Dolly towards the village. At this moment, someone shouted, "Little doctor, can you treat dog bites?" The young, strong man thought of someone, immediately turned his head, and looked at Dolly. Dolly nodded and said, "I can." As a wizard, ordinary pharmacology was a piece of cake. Dog bites were naturally included. Common people's illnesses were nothing more than injuries from falls, wound inflammation, fractures, dislocations, colds, and the like. These were all introduced in the books, perfect for practicing on these people. He left a few people at the village entrance, and then, accompanied by a dog, he was escorted by the villagers across a small bridge and towards the town. The town wasn't large, with about 300 households, distributed below the mountain ridge. There were some crops planted on both sides of the river, but these people were clearly not cut out for farming. Along the way, in front of many villagers' doors, he saw a lot of wild animal furs and herbs. Clearly, their main means of survival were furs and herbs. Furs and herbs were also the other two major industries in Duomeng City besides mining, controlled by the deputy city lord and the like family, respectively. Dolly walked along, looking at the animal furs and the herbs drying by the roadside, and breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to the town was the right choice. He could use many of these herbs. Soon, they arrived at the door of a hunter's house. Before they even reached the door, frantic barking came from inside. Standing at the door, the young man was a little embarrassed. "I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Victor, the town chief, a high-level warrior apprentice. This family was bitten by their own dog. The wound has already become inflamed and festering. We used to have a doctor in our town, but he couldn't treat it, so he can only wait for death at home." He sighed deeply. Dolly raised his head, looked at Victor, and smiled faintly. "The simplest way is to burn the hair of the dog that bit him and apply it to the wound." Victor shook his head. "We tried it, it didn't work." The group began to knock on the door, and the barking inside became even more intense. Just at this moment, Bar, who was following behind Dolly, suddenly let out a soft roar. Although the sound wasn't loud, the sounds inside stopped immediately. Seeing this, the surrounding people were immediately stunned, all looking at the dirty Bar, with incredible expressions on their faces. "Little doctor, your dog is amazing. The York family's dog is the fiercest in the whole village. Since his father passed away, no one has been able to handle it. Your dog cured it with just one bark." Dolly smiled and said, "My dog is called Bar. It was also left to me by my father. He has some blood of the fierce wolf." The surrounding people immediately looked at Bar with different eyes, full of awe and fear, and some even retreated. Fierce wolves were also wolves, but they were much fiercer than wolves, one fierce wolf being equal to 3 wolves. Dolly shook his head and said, "Bar is very safe, unless someone is looking for trouble, otherwise Bar won't bite." At this time, the person inside came out. It was a stout, round-waisted woman with a fierce face, but at this time she was a little haggard, with tears still hanging from the corners of her eyes, not at all fierce, but rather pitiful. When she opened the door, she didn't expect so many people outside, including the town chief, and didn't know what to say. Victor said, "This is the new little doctor in the village, here to see your York." The woman immediately widened her eyes and looked at Dolly. She knelt down with a thud. She didn't speak, just kowtowed repeatedly, making a muffled sound. The surrounding people sighed when they saw this. Victor sighed and said, "She's mute, can't speak, but can understand. I won't say any more, let's go in quickly." At this time, someone helped the fierce woman up. Dolly glanced at her, feeling some sympathy in his heart. The man was the pillar of the family, and if the man was beyond saving, she was still a mute. Difficult. After entering the door, there was a small courtyard, planted with many vegetables, overgrown with weeds because no one had managed it for a long time. On the left side of the courtyard was a small shed, with a wooden fence underneath, inside which were 3 dogs as thin as skin and bones. Behind the courtyard were 3 ordinary stone houses, with 2 children standing at the door of the middle house. The group walked in. Dolly naturally took the lead, looking at the woman's situation. The man seemed to have been ill for a long time, and illness waits for no one. He was the first to enter the house. As soon as he went in, he smelled a strange smell, like the smell of burnt dog hair. He frowned. Did that method not work? There was a table in the room, and a bed at the back. An ordinary man was lying on the bed, unconscious. Dolly stepped forward, sat by the bed, carefully looked at the man's condition, his pupils, his skin, and then looked at the wound. The wound was indeed ulcerated, even inflamed, and festering. Half of his leg was covered with the burnt dog hair, and it was clear that this leg could not be saved. Most importantly, he still had a fever. He blinked his eyes, carefully recalling the contents recorded in the book, recalling the treatment plan, and gently asked, "How long has this been going on?" The fierce woman quickly gestured with her hands. Before she could finish gesturing, a young man next to her said, "York has been lying here for 10 days. Dolly nodded, and after thinking carefully, said, "When I came just now, I saw herbs in front of every household's door. Go and prepare some for me. I need half a gin of daylily, half a gin of dig grass root. Go and prepare quickly, there is still hope for his leg. Also, prepare some hot water and a clean door panel." Hearing this, the surrounding people's eyes lit up. His leg has become like this, and he can still be saved? Victor immediately waved his hand and began to direct. York was a skilled hunter in their town, extremely strong, and saving him would add strength to the village. He must be saved, and he immediately arranged it loudly. Chapter 74. It had to be said that Victor, as the town chief, still had some authority, and he quickly arranged things. Before long, a clean door panel was carried in first. Doré nodded and directed people to lift York up, place him on the door panel, and then put him on the table in the middle of the room, so it would be convenient for him to perform surgery. He opened the small box and took out the scalpel, alcohol lamp, and other items. He had prepared these things temporarily when he came. He even crafted the scalpel himself, so the quality was definitely not a problem. The wound was ulcerated, and what he had to do now was to cut off the rotten flesh, clean the wound, reduce inflammation, and then prepare to concoct a magic potion to treat it. If he didn't use a magic potion, this leg would definitely not be saved. Fortunately, the village lacked everything except herbs, which was enough for him to display his skills. He disinfected the knife with an alcohol lamp. The sharp knife cut away the dead skin in circles, cleaned the wound, and then disinfected it with alcohol. By this time, all the herbs had been brought over. Doré had them carry the person to where he lived. He naturally couldn't let people see him concocting the magic potion. Although everyone didn't understand why, when they thought that this was the only way to save York, Victor waved his hand, and everyone acted quickly. Soon they arrived at a 2-story small bamboo building. Seeing this bamboo building, Doré thought of one word: cold. It was indeed remote enough here, and it was not far from the Doman River. A place with water would naturally be colder than other places. But at this time, he couldn't care about so much. He had people tidy up the bamboo building and carry the person up. The bamboo building had 2 rooms and a partition. Doré placed the person in the room, and the others waited, and then he began to concoct medicine in the small room next door. In potionology, there were about 100 kinds of first-level magic potions, but wizards commonly used only 7 or 8 kinds. The rest were some strange things, some for healing, some for strengthening bones, some for refining tendons, and some for promoting blood circulation, with varying effects. Doré was very experienced with first-level magic potions. He concocted 2 kinds of medicines, one called muscle regeneration potion and one called trauma potion. Their functions were self-explanatory. By the time he finished all this, it was already afternoon. When he walked out of the house with 2 test tubes, the people watching nearby couldn't wait any longer. Doré smiled, came to the patient, first poured on the muscle regeneration potion, covered the wound with a clean cotton cloth, waited for about 10 minutes, then uncovered the cotton cloth, and poured on the trauma potion, and then covered the wound. He handed the remaining trauma potion to the fierce woman, gave some instructions, and told people to carry the person away. At this time, everyone understood, because a few minutes after pouring on the potion, the person's complexion improved, and the skin on his leg was no longer dry, wrinkled, and black, but turned into a tender red color. There was no more inflammation or suppuration. The fierce woman also understood and took the medicine and was about to kneel down to Doré. Doré grabbed the fierce woman, shook his head, and told her to go back quickly, as the weather outside was cold and the patient couldn't stand the cold. He had to quickly send these people away, and then check the safety and ceiling of the bamboo building, and also make some modifications. He had roughly looked at this place just now, and it was quite good. He didn't plan to change it anymore. Although it was a bit cold, as long as he created the magic runes, cold and heat would not be a problem. Having just arrived, he saved a person. Doré had taken root in the village. Victor called 2 10-year-old girls to stay and help tidy up, and the others quickly left here. Seeing that Doré could save this kind of condition, most of the hunters showed joy, and they wouldn't have to worry about hunting in the future. Leaving the bamboo building, Victor stood outside the door and waited for a while, thinking about some things. He quickly made up his mind to keep this teenager in the village, although he felt that this was a bit unrealistic. People originally came from the city, and they would definitely return to the city in the future. He would keep him for as long as he could, but for now, he would provide a good environment first. Thinking of this, he had a headache. After working for a long time, he still didn't know the teenager's name, which was really embarrassing. So he called someone over to ask the teenager's name. The teenager quickly left and then quickly returned. Lin Rui. Victor savored the name and then organized people to cut reeds in the river valley, preparing to add a layer of straw to the top of Lin Rui's room to increase warmth. At the same time, he prepared to cut down trees and build a small wooden house. The bamboo building was indeed drafty, and it could freeze a person to death in winter. 1 or 2 days would be okay, but it wouldn't work for a long time. The enthusiasm of the people in the village greatly increased. Doré stayed for 2 days, got everything in order, and put things away. On the 3rd day, the village made a carriage and took the opportunity to send medicine to the city, sending Doré away and pulling his things back, which was considered a smooth process. After everything was settled, Doré could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next was various magic experiments, striving to be able to use magic tricks as soon as possible. As long as he could use them proficiently, then it would be potion making, improving his mental strength, and striving to enter the ranks of formal wizards as soon as possible. If advanced wizard apprentices were the beginning of spellcasting, then first-level wizards were truly entering the extraordinary, using human power to leverage the energy of heaven and earth and cast various powerful spells. Advanced wizard apprentices were at most considered to have just scratched the surface. The people in this town were very simple. With the arrival of winter, there was basically nothing to do. They would get up early, eat breakfast, and then practice boxing, archery, and swordsmanship in the flat riverbed. Various heavy weapons, axes, hammers, etc., adults and children, men and women, most people would participate. Doré watched for a while and then busied himself with configuring various medicines, some for the village and some for his own needs. Before he could finish packing, a little girl carrying a basket walked to the door. This was to deliver food. It was Anderson's daughter, Connie, who was very strong. Doré touched her head, took out a bottle of blue potion, and said, "Take this and send it to Aunt York." Connie's eyes were bright, and she glanced around Doré's room, saw a table full of books, paused slightly, and then smiled sweetly, took the medicine, and ran away. Doré stood at the door, watching Connie's departing figure, with no joy or sorrow on his face. This town was called 3 Rivers Town. Although it was called a town, it was actually just a large village. Although the town was small, it had everything: doctors, teachers, and combat instructors. The daily activities were morning exercises, swordsmanship, archery, and spearmanship. People practiced on the river beach. They rested at noon, and there were occasional activities in the afternoon. Some people sharpened swords, some people cut bamboo to make arrows for training, some people went hunting in the mountains, and some people formed teams to collect herbs. Because it was close to the mountains, wild animals could run out of the mountains and attack the village at any time, so everyone had to know martial arts and archery. The whole town was like a precise machine, each responsible for its own operating part. The village had a guard team responsible for watching, guarding, and scouting around. It was really small but complete. As long as the children in the village were 7 or 8 years old, they needed to do things. Although these children were young, they were all clever. Doré himself was only 13 years old, and looking at these children, he felt quite envious. After observing the village for a while and making sure that no one would disturb him, he closed the door and prepared to start refining spellcasting materials. The first material he prepared to refine was the Burning Hands material. White phosphorus, sulfur, charcoal, plus some magic crystal powder, seemed like very simple things, but if ordinary people were to refine them, it was estimated that they would not be able to refine them in this lifetime. Although there were proportions for the four materials, and there were also units of measurement, the so-called units of measurement were only approximate values, not accurate numbers. In the end, it still depended on mental perception, the material properties, and the energy ratio contained within. These all had requirements. If it was really according to the exact proportions, then it would mostly fail. Otherwise, if it was so simple, ordinary people could also handle it. Chapter 75. Place the white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal separately on clean paper and grind them individually into fine powder. This requires great precision, so he specially made a smooth stick and a very smooth steel plate for this task. After grinding them into powder, Dor mixed them together, stirring very carefully and evenly. Then, using a special spoon he had prepared, he scooped out a spoonful and placed it in his palm. He closed his eyes, and his mental energy slowly flowed down to his palm. His mental energy penetrated his skin and quickly sensed the materials in his hand. Materials science states that if a gentle flame is sensed, it means the white phosphorus is just right and the charcoal is insufficient. If a raging fire is sensed, it means there is too much charcoal, too little sulfur, and enough white phosphorus. Dor sensed it, and what he felt was a gentle flame, indicating it was just right. He opened his eyes, looking at the materials at hand with satisfaction. The materials for the hand of burning were just right. Of course, this was only the first step, a second process was needed, adding magic crystal powder. The second process also required mental energy sensing. Although the proportions were fixed, the final result still depended on the mental energy sensing. Using 1 spoonful as a base, he added magic crystal powder. Then he sensed it one by one. The first spoonful had too much magic crystal, so he added a little more powder. Then there wasn't enough magic crystal, so he added more. He continued until the sensing matched the materials science, then he stopped. Then the second spoonful, the third spoonful. Each spoonful was a basic unit of the hand of burning. The duration of the spell depended on the node structure of the spell model. Ordinary vortex nodes could only last for 30 seconds at most. Other structures were different, but each had its own advantages, which Dor would need to develop one by one in the future. It seemed simple, but just the proportions took up most of the day, and it was slowly completed by dusk. He sealed the materials one by one, put them in a small bag, carefully placed it in his sleeve, and then relaxed, feeling an infinite sense of security. Although the Hand of Burning was only a 0-level spell, it was still quite powerful when cast, comparable to the aura attack of a first-level warrior. With this 0-level spell, he could be considered to have a guarantee of safety. No matter who came, as long as they weren't a ranked professional and dared to get close, he would burn them to death with a fiery palm. He. Opening the door, Dor found a small person sitting at the entrance, Connie. Connie was holding a basket, seemingly having waited for a while. It was cold outside, but Connie didn't seem to feel it at all, lying on the ladder looking at the somewhat dim sky. Hearing the movement behind her, she immediately stood up and looked back. "Brother Lin, are you finished?" Connie was very happy, a bright smile on her face. Dor nodded. He walked down a few steps and took the basket in his hand. "Come in, I'm done eating, you can take it back later." Connie stood up from the stairs, following Dor into the room. She smelled it. There was a strange smell in the room, which didn't seem to be the smell of medicine. She looked around, but the dog named Bale didn't seem to be there. However, she didn't care and said proudly, "Uncle York has stood up. He will come to thank you in person in a few days." Dor shook his head and said, "Tell him to rest well and not come over. I'll be going to the mountains in the next few days to find some medicine, so you don't need to bring food anymore." Connie was stunned. "Brother, what kind of medicine do you need? Just let the uncles and aunts send it to you. Why do you have to go to the mountains? The mountains are very dangerous." The mountains were both the townspeople's reliance and their nightmare. The nearby mountains were fine, with many traps set up by them, and even powerful beasts dared not come over. But going deeper was not possible. There were packs of wolves, as well as bears, lynx, and other fierce creatures. Every time there was a large-scale hunt, someone would always get injured, and some would even die. Every time Connie saw the adults go into the mountains, she was very worried. Dor smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, "It's okay, I'll just look around nearby. Your brother isn't much older than you, and I don't want to die early." Connie's face turned red, and she stopped talking. As the daughter of the town chief, her clothes were slightly more luxurious than those of other children, made of real cloth rather than linen. Dor looked at her small face, which was a little red from the cold, quickly ate the food, and had Connie take the basket back, including the one from the morning. Originally, he had planned to cook for himself, but the town chief was too enthusiastic, and he couldn't handle it, so he had him send food over. In return, he would have Connie send some medicine over every few days to stock up. Dor liked to make medicine, and the townspeople also voluntarily sent herbs to exchange for some finished medicine, which was good for everyone. Connie quickly went back, but soon, Dor felt that someone was coming again. It was already late outside, why would someone still come? Opening the door, he found it was Victor. He was a little stunned. Victor looked serious. I heard from Connie that you are going to the mountains tomorrow. Dor naturally couldn't say that he was going to the mountains to experiment with magic. Yes, I'm going to collect some special things, I won't go too far. In the past few days, Victor had become very trusting of Dor, treating him as one of his own, and had exchanged a lot of powerful medicine from Dor, which he had never had before. Then should I have our most skilled hunter escort you? Are you kidding me? If you escort me, how can I experiment with magic? He shook his head like a rattle, saying, no need, I'm also a mid-level warrior apprentice, no worse than ordinary people, and I'm just looking around nearby. It would be best if I can find it, if not, then forget it. The first day Victor saw Dor, he knew that he was quite strong. After all, who has such dark skin? Although it looked a little whiter these days. He took out a cylindrical object from his arms and handed it to Dor, then take this with you, and if you encounter danger, pull the rope on the back. Dor took a look. Oh, a signal emitter. He wasn't polite and accepted it. If he didn't accept it, this guy probably wouldn't leave. He asked again, I've seen them cutting wood these days, is someone in the village dividing the family and building a house? Victor chuckled, it's being built for you. Well, I'm leaving, see you. Dor was stunned when he heard this, but Victor had already left the house, and soon only a shadow remained in the dark, which quickly disappeared. He stood at the door, looking outside, feeling somewhat complicated. In the darkness, besides the sound of the river flowing in the distance, the mountains were very quiet. He raised his head and looked at the sky, with countless stars hanging in the sky, as if there were endless mysteries hidden within. What wizards ultimately pursue is the starry sky. The infinitely magnificent starry sky is the object pursued by all wizards. Wizards yearn for knowledge, yearn for mystery, and spend their entire lives exploring. After looking at the sky for a while, Dor tightened his somewhat cold clothes, covered his neck, and then returned to the bamboo building. The outside of the bamboo building was already blocked by a thick layer of grass, and it was no longer so drafty. Dor was still quite satisfied, but this place was too close to the water, and the cold air from the river was still a bit cold. This was only the beginning of winter. If another month or two passed, he might freeze to death. Chapter 76. In the evening, I meditated for the entire night. After truly settling down, Dole felt his mental strength improving rapidly. One night's meditation was more effective than his previous efforts in the city. Coupled with recent reading and experimentation, his mind was nimble. He estimated his mental strength increased by about 1 copper coin's worth in one night. According to his calculations, he needed approximately 200 copper coins worth of mental strength to advance from a high-level apprentice to a level 1 wizard. He currently had only 76, far from enough. Even with a daily increase of 1 copper coin, it would still take him half a year. Take it slowly. Soon, the night passed. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he set off alone with a bundle and a sword at his waist. Bar had been wandering about these past few days, nowhere to be found. Dole couldn't locate him at all. In the mountains, probably no one is Bar's natural enemy. Perhaps in the entire Chris County, the entire Northern Kingdom, there wouldn't be many who could match Bar's strength. So, there's no need to worry. He only needs to worry about himself now. When Victor came last night, he not only gave him a warning but also provided a distribution map of the traps. He needed to look at it carefully to avoid falling into one. Although his mental perception is strong and he is very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment, he is helpless against fixed, inanimate objects like traps. He must pay attention to safety, this is Dole's survival rule. Following the river upstream, he walked above the village, passing the uppermost watchtower, and Dole entered the mountain ridge. He greeted the guards and slowly entered the mountains alone. His goal today was to experiment with the Burning Hand spell and collect some herbs as a cover. He could experiment in the village, but he was afraid of being noticed by someone. The mountains were safer. The villagers on the watchtower saw Dole enter the mountains and quickly sent someone to tell Victor, but the person soon returned and told them to ignore it. The weather was good today, a bit cold, but the sky was sunny and there was no wind. Dole went all the way up the mountain ridge, spending 2 hours reaching the summit. He stayed for a while, found an open space near the top, and prepared to start experimenting. This place was several kilometers away from the village. No one should notice. Putting down his things, Dole stood on the ground, took out a standard portion of Burning Hand spell materials, placed it in his right palm, and calmed his mind. Soon, the spell model was outlined. Through persistent and tireless practice, he could now complete the construction of the spell model in just 2 seconds, then push the spell model slowly to the wrist. He took a breath and pushed the spell model into his hand in one go, permeating the Burning Hand material in his hand. Boom! A burst of fire ignited along his palm, spreading into a flame, instantly engulfing his entire hand. His hand became a hand of flame. The temperature of the flame was very high, making his face feel slightly burning, but it had no effect on his palm. Dole was immediately excited, looking at the flame in his hand with excitement. This was Burning Hand. He had finally released a spell. He looked around and at his feet, grabbed a wooden stick with his left hand, and placed it in his right hand. The flame ignited the stick, quickly burning fiercely. Burning Hand, as a witchcraft, or magic as ordinary people call it, has considerable power, approximately between 400 and 600 degrees. It can easily ignite objects, and the flame has high adhesion. Once burned, it is difficult to extinguish. Quietly feeling the power of magic, Dole's heart was filled with excitement. After about 20 seconds, the flame went out, revealing a dark palm, and the materials in the palm had long since disappeared without a trace. Dole carefully considered the principle of Burning Hand. The spell model, or the magic pattern, is the key. The spell materials only provide the power for the spell to consume, and that's it. The most important thing is the construction of the spell model. Burning Hand has a total of 36 nodes, and each node has its meaning. Nodes can also be changed to increase or decrease power. He used the lowest level vortex node, which could only last for 30 seconds at most. Now, it seems that if he wants to increase the power of Burning Hand and extend its duration, he needs to change the spell model, strengthen the ability of the spell model, and shorten the construction time as much as possible. After understanding this, Dole knew what he should do. Today's purpose was to experiment with Burning Hand. Next, after returning, he needed to study the magic patterns, enhance his understanding of magic and witchcraft, and also begin to study the magic patterns that isolate energy fluctuations, laying the foundation for casting spells safely in his room in the future without having to come out. This was his goal for the entire winter. Thinking of this, he wanted to waste all the spell materials he had on hand. He was already having a great time playing with magic for the first time. Next, he experimented with casting spells with his left hand, and experimented with casting spells with both hands, constructing 2 spell models at once. Although it was a bit difficult, it was still feasible after experimentation. He himself could control more than 70 copper coins worth of mental power. Controlling 2 spell models was a bit difficult, but it was not impossible to try. Just as he was happily experimenting, a figure came from afar. Dole only glanced at it and felt relieved. It was Bar. Bar slowly walked over. I thought something had appeared near the town and rushed over. I didn't expect this. He watched Dole playing with magic, even playing with magic with both hands, and was a little surprised. This little guy's control over mental power is too amazing. The idea of visualizing copper coins is indeed very powerful. Controlling dozens of copper coins at once, multi-casting techniques will not be difficult for him in the future. Dole smiled and said, I made some spell materials yesterday, and I couldn't wait to come out and try them today. Now I can go out and use Burning Hand as a trick to make money. Bar nodded. The meaning of a trick is just that, not very powerful, just to deceive people. When you can enter the wizard level and learn basic spells like Small Fireball and Wind Blade, then you can be considered truly initiated. Dole nodded. At this time, the Burning Hand materials in his hand burned out and completely disappeared. He put down his hands and sighed. A trick is just a trick, the sustainability is too poor. Casually collecting some medicinal herbs nearby, Dole pretended to return. When passing one of the traps, he happened to see 2 rabbits. Dole took them back, reset the trap, and took them back. It was already afternoon when he returned to the village. Before he reached the entrance, he saw Connie's figure. She was carrying a basket and seemed to be just about to sit at the entrance. Dole came down from the mountain ridge, passed the watchtower, and soon arrived at the river. Connie saw Dole, stood up, and waved vigorously at him. Magic patterns, like spell models, are patterns with special effects composed of energy nodes. The first magic pattern Dole studied was the classic wizard's magic pattern, the energy isolation magic pattern. Only after he had mastered this magic pattern could he safely do experiments in his room. Otherwise, he would have to run out every time, which would take too long and would not be conducive to hiding. In his heart, he actually had many ideas waiting to be experimented with. It was not realistic to run out every day. Magic patterns are also very particular. They need a special energy carrier to carry the magic patterns. The best is the fur of various magical beasts, or even the skin of high-level beasts. There are many of these things in the village. He only needs to buy a few. He also needs to refine a wizard's special pen, special magic pigments, etc. Chapter 77. Dolly had already researched these things and had prepared some materials before coming, the most difficult of which was naturally magic crystals. Now he had almost 3 caddies of magic crystal residue on hand, enough to use for a while. The wizard's special pen was easy to solve. Bamboo, high-level beast fur, and beast skin were plentiful in the village. The wizard's pigment required mixing with medicine, which was more troublesome to refine, basically like refining a new magic potion. Magic crystals, quartz sand, sulfur, crystal, some wood, and special sand, were taken in certain proportions, ground into extremely fine powder, mixed together, and then sensed with mental power to see if it was suitable. This alone took Dolly several days to complete, wasting a lot of materials. Looking at these things, his heart was bleeding. This wasn't just material, this was silver coins. When the weather outside officially entered winter, and a layer of fine ice began to appear on the river, a strong wind blew from the mountains, followed by dark clouds covering the sky, and a heavy snow came from inside the mountains to outside. It was on this day that Dolly's new house was successfully completed. Victor personally helped move, with dozens of villagers helping together. It was very lively, especially York. Since coming back to life, he was extremely grateful to Dolly, willing to do anything. Dolly saved his life, which indirectly saved his family. Dolly didn't care. He packed all the secret things into boxes and carried them himself. They could move the other things. The new house was next to a ridge, slightly closer to the town. In front of the door was a flat area, and behind it was a cliff. The house was all wood, even the ground was covered with a layer of wood, built very solidly. For this house, Victor put in a lot of effort, cutting down all the trees that could be cut down around it. He really wanted to keep Dolly in the town. There were 3 rooms in total, 1 large and 2 small. The large house was for living, and Dolly could do other things in the small houses, which was quite perfect. Many hands make light work. Soon, before the heavy snow fell, all the belongings were completely moved into the new house. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and some lively villagers became quiet, all looking at the snowflakes outside. Seeing this situation, Dolly was a little puzzled. At this time, Victor sighed and said to Dolly, "Every year when it snows, it is the time when wild animals in the mountains come out to attack the village. When it snows in the mountains, those beasts will have less to eat, and they will actively attack humans. Many people die every winter." Dolly had been here for so long, and he had some understanding of the population of the town. There were about 400 people in the entire town, and a dozen children were born every year, but judging from the number and age of the surrounding houses, the total population here has never changed, and the consumption in this is self-evident. Very few people in the town die of old age, most of them are sacrificed on the way of hunting or collecting medicine. Dolly originally wanted to comfort him a few words, but the words stopped at his lips, and he just said, "If there are wounded, send them over as soon as possible, I will try my best to save their lives, this is all I can do." Victor nodded, with a few more smiles on his face, and said, "Then thank you very much, don't worry, for your sake, little doctor, we have even contracted the meals." He suddenly laughed. Dolly touched his nose. Indeed, he hadn't cooked himself since he came here. The villagers left soon. Dolly stood at the door and looked around, but saw many people holding bows, arrows, and swords, actively standing on the watchtower, observing the surroundings. Soon, the whole world was covered by snowflakes. The sky was foggy, and on the ground, the dark brown soil was getting less and less, until it was completely covered by snowflakes. The whole world became a black and white pattern. So beautiful! Dolly watched for a while, until his body was covered with snowflakes, then he slowly returned to his new home. There was a stove in the room, and he needed to make a fire at this time. The weather was getting cold, even the body of an intermediate warrior apprentice couldn't withstand the low temperature of -3 or 4 degrees. After finishing the stove, he came to the next room, took out the things he was going to use, and prepared to draw magic patterns. Drawing magic patterns is actually not difficult, just like using mental power to construct spell models. The difference is that one is in the outside world and is subject to many interferences, and the other is inside the sea of consciousness and has no interference at all. The difficulty increases geometrically. Self-made pen, self-made magic pigment, beast skin, with all three, Dolly was ready to start work. There are many magic patterns that isolate magic fluctuations. The lowest level is called the primary suppression energy fluctuation pattern. The pattern is a triangle surrounded by a circle, with various lines inside. There are a total of 72 energy nodes. There are also many places where the lines intersect, making it not easy to draw. Dolly made a large box of pigment box, which cost a full 5 gold coins, and spent some entertainment money to buy 30 or so skins from the villagers, retanned them, and cut them into palm-sized pieces, a full 300 or so pieces of beast skin. In the next few days, he was going to conquer this thing. For this thing, he had invested all the money on his body. After using it up, he could only return to the city, buy a new batch of materials, and then come back. Just as he was about to start, Bale slapped the door open and swaggered around the room. Dolly was dumbfounded, not knowing what this guy was doing. Oh, right, he didn't tell him about changing houses. Bale didn't care about Dolly changing places, but was a little gratified. This place is much better, several times stronger than that broken bamboo building. What are you doing? Preparing to carve a wizard's formation. The popular name for magic patterns is magic circle, wizard's formation, but he was used to calling it magic pattern. He nodded and said, I need to make a magic pattern that can isolate energy fluctuations as soon as possible. Every time I experiment with magic, I have to run out, which is too troublesome. Bale nodded and said, also, let me tell you a good news quietly, I found a micro-magic crystal mine. There are a lot of magic crystals existing. When you can refine explosives or release fireball spells, go and collect them. After becoming a high-level wizard, magic crystals will become the biggest constraint for wizards. Most of the magic crystals in the Northern Kingdom are controlled by the government, and too few flow into the folk. Dolly's eyes lit up when he heard this. Micro-magic crystal mine. What he lacked most now was magic crystals. He hurried over and said, where is it? Where is it? Bale's dog face showed a slight smile and said, it's very, very far away. At your current time, it would take half a month just to walk over, so you should step up and improve your strength. Hearing the words magic crystal mine, Dolly suddenly had motivation. No matter how far away it was, he had to take it down. He now fully understood the importance of magic crystals. Bale turned his head away, with a bad smile on his dog's face, a ghost's magic crystal mine. It was snowing outside, and Bale never went out again. Every day, he just strolled around at the door to deter those dishonest dogs in the village. Since he came, except for accidents or guests, no dog bark had been heard in the village, which made the people in the village very curious about Bale. Dolly was like this, practicing magic patterns during the day and cultivating at night. Soon, another 10 days passed. This magic pattern is too difficult. Dolly was a little frustrated. He failed more than 10 times a day on average, which made him lose his temper. He had never written before, had never held a pen. Only when he really picked up the pen did he know how difficult this little thing was to control. It was even more difficult to control than blacksmithing. If he was not careful, the strokes would be either too light or too heavy, which was simply infuriating. Chapter 78. Knowing his penmanship was lacking, Dore prepared to learn calligraphy as a roundabout way to solve the problem. Since he knew where the problem lay, he needed to find a way to fix it. That was his consistent principle. However, a month would soon pass, and he needed to go to the city to complete his transactions with Old Me and Lily, as well as buy some paper and pens. He wanted to study calligraphy diligently to achieve perfect control of the pen. After discussing this matter, Victor said that he and the others also needed to go to the city to sell the furs and herbs they had accumulated before the snowfall, and then buy some charcoal, farm tools, and repair damaged bows and swords, etc. Although the village could also repair some things, the methods were too crude, not as perfect as the blacksmiths in the city. Going to the city alone was too dangerous. There were 20 kilometers of mountain road, and no one knew what could happen. After some discussion, they decided to leave on the third day. Duray could only endure for 3 days. On the fourth day, a total of 6 horse-drawn carriages crossed the bridge at the entrance of the village and entered the official road. Once it snowed in the mountains, the roads were basically covered in snow. The village didn't have horses, they all used oxen to pull the carts, and coupled with the slippery road, they moved very slowly. They set off just as the sky was brightening in the morning, and safely arrived at the city gate at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After registering at the city gate, everyone did what they needed to do. Duray also prepared to do his own thing. He had to go see Old Me first. Duray, dressed in animal skins, appeared at Future Pharmacy. Old Me recognized Duray at a glance and invited him to the back. It was still the beginner-level mental strength potion, exchanged for some ordinary tools, and of course, money. This time, he had accumulated quite a bit, receiving about 50 gold coins, and after deducting the cost of purchasing medicinal materials, he had about 30 gold coins in hand. After completing the transaction with Old Me, Duray relaxed and waited for the evening. He and Lily had agreed that if they missed the time, they would wait until the evening, she would go home, and he could wait for her on the road. Lily worked as a servant for the Lake family. The work was easy, and she had recently been promoted to a minor manager, so she had a little more free time. On the way, he bought a batch of paper, pens, and ink, buying a large pile. Soon, it was evening, and he quietly waited at the intersection. Soon, he saw Lily walking alone from the main road. The two then left together, quickly entering a small alley and arriving in front of a house. Lily opened the door, and the two immediately went inside. Duray glanced around. The house was very deserted, with no signs of anyone living there. Obviously, this was just a front, or rather, another location. While opening the door, Lily whispered, "If you don't see my signal in the future, come here, I will be doing alchemy here at night." Duray was shocked. Was this person so trusting of him? Duray nodded and said, "I have 5 bottles of level 2 mental strength potion, all reserved for you. I need magic crystal residue." This time it was Lily's turn to be surprised. Duray could refine level 2 mental strength potions so quickly? If he had mental strength potions, wouldn't his strength be stronger than her own? She only glanced at Duray and didn't think too much, but sighed. Duray was puzzled. The two passed through the courtyard and entered the room. Lily took out a small bag and handed it to Duray. "Although I have been promoted, I actually have fewer opportunities to come into contact with magic crystal residue. I only get this much a month now." Duray was a little dazed. Katia had given him some last time, plus what Lily gave him, allowing him to stay quietly in the mountains for more than a month. If there weren't enough magic crystals, then he would have to find another way. He subconsciously thought of the black market. Sure enough, just as Baal had said, what restricted apprentices was indeed energy items like magic crystals. He frowned and sighed, then exchanged the rest for money. "I'll go to the black market in a few days to see if they have any." Lily was shocked, but there was nothing she could do. "That's all we can do." "Do you want me to accompany you?" Duray shook his head. "Don't expose yourself, continue the transactions as normal in the future." Lily nodded. Duray didn't stay long and prepared to leave. At this time, Lily gave him a pendant. "This is something I made myself, it has a certain stealth function. Although it's not perfect, just use it for now." Duray took the pendant, looked at it, and then looked at Lily with some surprise. This person's alchemy level wasn't bad. Generally, this kind of beginner-level alchemical item would cost at least 15 gold coins. The price was very high, although the effect was average. Duray looked at Lily, looked at her seriously, and said, "Then I'll accept your kindness." Lily sighed and said, "We wild wizards without any background can only rely on ourselves, rely on friends. I'm also doing it for myself." There wasn't much emotion between wizards, they were all doing their own things. Duray understood this. He didn't dare to chat with Lily too much, afraid of being discovered, and quickly left the courtyard. Now that he had bought everything he needed, next was to return to the rented house, stay for one night, and return to the village tomorrow. He now deeply knew that in the Northern Kingdom, the government was indeed the biggest enemy of wild wizards. Therefore, he was now full of endless interest in the micro-magic crystal mine that Bale had discovered. As long as there were magic crystals, he could continue to experiment and improve his shortcomings in wizardry. Wizardry was a profession that greatly required knowledge and a lot of practice. No matter how much one memorized, it ultimately needed to be transformed into tangible objects, or transformed into practical things, to be truly mastered. Returning to the rented house, Duray prepared to rest for the night. The key to the house had not been returned to Harley, it was still in a rented state, anyway, it didn't cost a few silver coins a month. Having been away for a month, he didn't know how the situation in the city was. Duray actually didn't like the current state, the news was too blocked. Now that the magic crystal mine had officially begun to be mined, the major forces must have compromised almost enough, otherwise, with the interests of magic crystals, it would be difficult to keep people from being tempted. What he wanted to know most now was how the investigation into the death of the third master of the Owen family was progressing. Just as he was resting, Kadia had received the news and came through the snow to the alley outside Duray's place. He had found out about this place from Harley, and he would come over and take a look every day. Duray hadn't notified him when he left, so Kadia didn't know anything. Arriving at the door, just taking a look, Kadia's eyes lit up, this guy was back. He stepped forward and quietly knocked on the door. Duray was standing and tidying up his things, hearing the knock, he was immediately delighted. Only Harley knew about this place, he thought Harley had come. Opening the door and seeing Kadia, Duray's smile immediately cooled down. Seeing Duray's expression, Kadia smiled, "Are you very disappointed, Harley didn't come?" Duray stepped aside and said, "Come in." Kadia slowly walked in, looking around, this place hadn't been lived in for a long time. He directly said, "How do I find you in the future?" Duray closed the door, looked at Kadia, and said somewhat cautiously, "What do you want to find me for?" What he was thinking was, "You better stay away from me." Chapter 79. Cardia's eyes twitched slightly, his smile remaining unchanged, "You're a wizard, so you need a lot of magic crystals for experiments. I can provide you with some." Dolly stared intently at Cardia. "This guy is too mysterious. You never know what he's up to." "That's true, but compared to safety, I'd rather not have any magic crystals." Cardia finally couldn't maintain his smile, and his lips twitched. "Dolly, am I that unpleasant?" Dolly didn't look at his expression, his voice low and deep, "You silently killed a big shot, and that poison came from my hand." Cardia's smile slowly faded. He looked at Dolly and sighed. In the quiet night, the atmosphere between the two was somewhat cold. After a long silence, just as Dolly was about to go inside, Cardia's mood suddenly plummeted, and he said slowly in a slightly low voice, "I'll tell you a story. Would you like to listen?" Dolly frowned. "Let's go inside. It's cold outside." Once upon a time, there was a person with a family of 5 parents, a younger brother, and a younger sister. This person's family was very poor. The father and mother eventually had no choice but to sell the younger sister, which caused the older brother and younger brother immense pain. Years later, the older brother achieved some success and became a big shot. He searched everywhere for his sister's whereabouts. He didn't know how long it took, but he found his sister. His sister had been sold to a wealthy family as a servant. The older brother was very happy, so he went to their house and became a guard, secretly protecting his sister. The sister's life was very ordinary. She was always worried and often beaten by the master she served. The older brother was very angry, so he used various means to free his sister from her master's hands and placed her by his side. But the good times didn't last long. The sister became more and more beautiful and was quickly targeted by an old lecher from that family. The older brother desperately protected his sister, but in a moment of carelessness, the sister was still violated by the old lecher. The older brother didn't know about this. He was still working hard to improve his life to protect his sister. But the good times didn't last long. He discovered that his sister was pregnant. This was a real bolt from the blue. Later, after he forced her to tell him who did it, he couldn't do anything about it. And when the old lecher saw that the sister was pregnant, he tried to make her abort the child. In the end, the child was aborted, and the sister died. That's my story. Cardia's face was extremely gloomy at this time. I desperately collected magic crystals and collected the recipes for the world's most exotic poisons, just to find a wizard to concoct poison for me, and you happen to be the one. Dolly was silent at this time. He didn't expect that Cardia would kill that person because of this. Revenge for his sister's death was indeed irreconcilable. Cardia finished speaking and completely breathed a sigh of relief. He had been holding this matter in his heart for so long, which was uncomfortable. Now that he had said it, he could feel a little more relaxed. In the silent night, a tear fell from the corner of his eye and was quietly wiped away by Cardia. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky, which didn't even have a little starlight. Cardia's heart was extremely complicated. Dolly's heart was also extremely complicated at this time. Cardia did use him, but it couldn't really be considered using him. The two of them were at most exchanging favors. He thought for a while and said, "What are you going to do next? Is that person dead?" Cardia had recovered at this time and said in a calm tone, "What else can I do? Although my sister's revenge has been avenged, where can I go? Currently, the three major families in Doman City have the strongest forces. Joining any of them would be the same. Cardia can also get by in the Orn family." Dolly nodded. He didn't speak, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this time, Cardia continued, "I know you are a wizard. What about your magic crystals? These things are not easy to find on the market." Dolly didn't expect him to ask this question, so he said, "I'll be going to the black market soon." Cardia nodded and then whispered, "The Ability Association has a senior wizard apprentice named Bitch, who has identified that the old guy was poisoned with white cicada." Then, he gave a rough introduction to the wizard forces of the Orn family and the situation of Bitch. He told Dolly to be careful when encountering these people in the future and not to get caught. After Dolly heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. The Ability Association was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They were able to find out such an unpopular poison as white cicada, which was really amazing. Moreover, the Orn family had a large number of wizards, which surprised him. But thinking about it, it made sense. They had controlled Doman City for so many years, second only to the Link family. How could they not have any power? It was normal to cultivate a few wizards with such a huge family business. There might even be more powerful wizards outside. He nodded and then said, "I know. Thank you for telling me." Cardia looked for Dolly to talk about Bitch's matter. After speaking, he relaxed a bit. With Dolly's caution, he would definitely not reveal anything. He took out a small bag from his arms, a much smaller bag than the last time, and said, "I can only get so many magic crystals. I'll give them all to you." Dolly didn't take it directly, but looked at him and said, "Why?" Cardia's lips twitched, and he said, "For no reason. I just like you." Dolly's face was gloomy. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his desire for magic crystals, and pointed outside, "If you want to trade fairly, we can continue to trade. If you want to give it to me, then forget it. Favors from big shots like you are not easy to repay. Concocting a poison for him once caused so much trouble. There would definitely be more trouble in the future." Cardia's face darkened, and he slowly put the bag away. He knew Dolly's personality and wouldn't change easily. "Then we'll talk about it later. I'll keep these things for you. If there are any medicines for warriors, you can keep them for me. I'll buy them when the time comes. Also, I'm a level 1 swordsman, close to level 2. After saying that, he turned and left. Hearing this, Dolly was shocked. This guy had been silent all day long, but he was actually an extraordinary master who had entered the ranks. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. If this guy wanted to harm him, it would really be a matter of one sword strike. Entering the ranks and not entering the ranks were simply worlds apart. After entering the ranks, beating the same profession who hadn't entered the ranks was simply a piece of cake. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. Although the wizard profession was powerful, their bodies were weak. Being approached by a swordsman was truly a disaster. Seeing Cardia leave and quickly disappear into the darkness of the alley, Dolly couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, this guy had no murderous intent. Cardia left, Dolly walked to the door, closed it, and sighed softly. This guy was also a pitiful person. But this guy had also avenged his revenge. In the future, he would probably be living for himself. What could he do to help him? After one night, the next morning, everyone gathered at the door, and the ox cart, carrying a large amount of goods, headed out of the city and soon disappeared into the black and white world. The sky was gloomy and the light was dim. After leaving the city, not long after leaving the mining area, they entered a road with few people. At this time, everyone quieted down and looked sharply around. Dolly had a sword hanging on his waist. The things had already been placed on the carriage, and he walked quietly behind. Chapter 80. The mountains on both sides were very quiet, without even the sound of birds. In this world of ice and snow, apart from the birds of prey circling high in the sky, ordinary small birds were rarely seen. The road twisted and turned, and soon they passed the first town. They shouted a few greetings across the Duiman River before continuing on their way. Soon they saw the entrance to the town, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then someone noticed something was wrong. "Big brother, do you think something's happened to our town? There's not a single person at the entrance." Hearing this, everyone looked over. Indeed, usually when they returned at this time, many people would be there to greet them, so why was no one there today? Victor immediately thought of something and said, "4 people stay with the ox cart and walk slowly. The rest of you come with me. Maybe wild animals have come down from the mountains." The villagers, who were used to exercising, moved quickly. Hearing this, they were immediately anxious. Their families, young and old, were all at home. This was terrible. No one wanted to stay, so Victor had to call out names and forcibly leave 3 people, along with Dole, beside the ox cart. The others ran along the road towards the town and soon crossed the small bridge over the river, entering the town and disappearing from sight. "Do you think something's going to happen?" The 3 young men who had been left behind spoke anxiously as they drove the cart. "How would I know? My parents and younger brother are all at home." "Don't panic, don't panic. Let's hurry back and maybe we can help." They subconsciously glanced at Dole, only to see that Dole's gaze, like theirs, was fixed on the distant town, his expression grave. Dole's senses were strong, but not strong enough to sense what was happening in the village from a kilometer away. However, his eyesight was excellent. Although the weather was gloomy, he could still see 2 or 3 forest wolves on the ridge heading towards the town. These were just ordinary wild animals, with combat power only slightly higher than ordinary civilians, but they were numerous. The villagers had also come out at this moment, some in the village paths, some on the rooftops, those with swords holding swords, those with bows holding bows. Several wolf corpses lay on the ground, but several people had also fallen to the ground, their conditions unknown. It was too far away, and Dole could only see this much. He didn't speak, but was wondering, why wasn't Bale in the village? Had that guy run off into the mountains again? Bale was a level 7 creature, naturally powerful. If he didn't want them to, no wild animals or magical beasts would come to the village, unless he wasn't there. The 4 hurried the ox cart along, and soon arrived at the entrance to the town. By this time, they could see what was happening. They couldn't care less about the ox cart, and grabbing their weapons, they rushed over, leaving Dole and the ox cart behind. The oxen pulling the cart were also restless at this time, afraid to cross the bridge, their eyes looking in terror at the distant ridge, their mouths puffing out thick white air. Dole stood calmly on the bridge at this moment, taking the bow and arrow from his back and looking out into the distance. At this time, the forest wolves on the mountain were retreating steadily. By the time Dole and the others arrived, the forest wolves had already begun to retreat into the mountains. Before long, a shout of victory erupted from the village. At the same time, someone ran quickly towards the bridge. "Dr. Lin Rui, Dr. Lin Rui, come quickly, many people are injured. Corey is useless, he can only control the injuries." York led the way, followed by several young children. Corey was the village's original doctor. He was just an ordinary doctor, and naturally didn't have Dole's skills. Dole waved his hand at him and shouted, "Don't come over, get a few people to watch the cart, and have the rest carry the people to my yard." He put down his bow, grabbed his big box and bundle, and quickly hurried towards his house. The village was in a chaotic state at this time, and no one paid attention to him. When Dole arrived at the yard, Victor had already brought the people over, neatly placed on door panels, lying flat in the snow-covered yard. Dole glanced over and saw that there were more than a dozen lying there. The most seriously injured one was almost disemboweled, and you could see the wriggling intestines inside. Fortunately, it was winter, and the organs were rotting slowly. If it were summer, the person would probably be dead by now. He immediately began to give instructions, saying, "2 of you, go inside and light the stove. The firewood is in the yard. Carry these seriously injured people into my room. Corey, come in and stitch them up with me. Corey nodded. He was the most upset, as these were all his relatives, compatriots, and brothers. As soon as Dole spoke, he immediately moved and directed the others to move. The group began to work busily. With magic potions, it was easy to save these people's lives. The two worked from the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night, lighting candles to finish treating everyone's wounds. Fortunately, they had returned early, discovered the situation quickly, and then immediately provided support, so none of the injured had died. After finishing, Corey was almost exhausted. He was just an ordinary person, not a professional, and although he usually exercised, his body was still a little lacking. After finishing, Corey looked at Dole and asked, panting, "Brother Lin Rui, can I learn from you?" Dole looked at him and shook his head, "You can learn, but you may not be able to learn it. You don't have the talent. Alchemy includes the discipline of biotechnology, and magic potions include a section that introduces it. Most of it is about beasts, and a small part is about the human body. Dole can tell him what everyone can know, but he can't teach him anything involving transcendence or the preparation of medicinal materials. All magic potions require the assistance of spiritual power, and Corey is just an ordinary person with insufficient spiritual power, so he can't make them at all." Corey was a little disappointed. The people whose wounds had been treated were soon carefully taken back, and soon the room was filled with nothing but garbage and the smell of blood. He sighed, cleared the things to the yard, and then went to sleep. In the following days, nothing happened. Dole practiced writing every day, occasionally visiting the injured, instructing Corey on what to do, and teaching him some things that ordinary doctors could not learn. Corey treasured these things. In the past, Dole thought that writing was not difficult, but when he really started practicing writing, he found it very difficult. There were so many crooked strokes that even with his current control, he could not make every character perfect. Learning to write took a lot of time, plus meditating every night. By the time he started preparing to draw magic patterns again, it was already more than 10 days later. By this time, his accumulated copper coins had exceeded 90, and his spiritual power was growing slowly and steadily. Bale came back a few times in between, but quickly disappeared into the mountains again, his whereabouts unknown. Dole could only express his speechless annoyance at this. Dole was preparing to draw magic patterns. This time, he had made ample preparations. Although he was not completely sure, he had more confidence than before. He took out the paint, took out the animal skin, took out the pen, and got ready. Dole was about to draw. At this moment, there was suddenly a rustling sound outside, and soon the door opened automatically, and Bale walked in. Seeing the situation in front of Dole, Bale was a little surprised. "Are you preparing to draw magic patterns?" Dole nodded. This guy was always appearing and disappearing unpredictably, his whereabouts unknown. Why did he come back today? Bale saw Dole's doubts, and then his deep voice sounded, "A new round of wind and snow is coming outside." He came to the room, found a comfortable place, and lay down. Chapter 81. Dolly was stunned. Was it going to snow again? But then he put the thought aside, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to draw magic patterns. This time, the pen moved smoothly, and his mental power flowed into the animal skin along the tip of the pen. There was a bit of progress. After drawing a magic pattern, he found fewer problems than before, but it still didn't succeed. The magic pattern didn't light up, and it failed. Dolly was not discouraged, but continued to draw. Thus, 3 days quickly passed. The outside world was indeed as Bale said. From the second day, it began to snow heavily. The previous snow hadn't melted yet, and now it started again. A thick layer of snow quickly accumulated on the ground. The snow fell on the ground, making a slight sound, which was very pleasant to hear. Dolly's first successful magic pattern was also on the third day. He finally mastered the trick and succeeded in one go. However, if he wanted to isolate magical fluctuations, one wouldn't be enough. He needed at least 5, and the roof, to prevent ordinary people and low-level professionals from feeling it. If he wanted to prevent entry-level professionals from feeling it, he still needed to work hard and draw a level 2 energy isolation magic pattern as soon as possible. But no matter what, he finally succeeded, and this was a good start. With the first finished product, the second one was not far away. Dolly quickly drew the second, third, fourth, and even the fifth. But at this time, the paint was also used up. With these 5 energy fluctuation isolation magic patterns, Dolly was relieved to experiment with witchcraft in the room without having to run to the mountains again. With just a simple burning hand, he still had many ideas to do, such as changing the spell nodes of the burning hand to increase its power, etc. There were many things to do. In addition, he also wanted to study other magics, such as mage hand, to prepare for material science. Lily could even make alchemy herself, and Dolly thought he should be able to do it too. Of course, what restricts him now is not knowledge, nor is it witchcraft, but magic crystals. As the initial carrier of energy, without magic crystals, he, a senior wizard apprentice, can't do anything. The energy fluctuation isolation magic pattern is drawn on the animal skin, and it looks like the animal skin has an extra layer of pattern, which is not very conspicuous. It consumes the magic power in the paint to block the transmission of energy fluctuations. Once activated, it can last for a long time. Of course, the longest time will not exceed 20 days, and it must be replaced when the magic power inside is used up. This thing is actually a consumable. Dolly didn't use it directly, but put it aside and began to prepare a level 2 mental power potion. This thing would use magic crystals. So far, he had only sold it to Lily, and he hadn't used it himself. He didn't know how effective it was, and he wasn't in a hurry to improve his mental power, so he was reluctant to use it. 1 caddy of magic crystal residue can refine half a caddy of paint, 10 copies of burning hand spell materials, and 10 bottles of level 2 mental power potion. These things are calculated, and the magic crystals on hand are just used up again, and it is impossible to experiment with other things at all. He still has to go to the city, sell the mental power potion, and go to the black market to buy enough magic crystals to use with gold coins. Dolly breathed a sigh of relief. The magic pattern problem was solved, and now he had to do other things. These things had to be done one by one, slowly. After preparing the mental power potion, the heavy snow outside had stopped, and the sky brightened. When he was in the city before, people in the mine were always sweeping snow, and they could work every day. He didn't feel anything, but now that he came to the village, he couldn't do anything when it snowed, but he felt a lot more relaxed. A thick layer of snow on the ground, even those townspeople didn't come out to practice boxing and swordsmanship. Time quickly came to mid-December. According to the agreed time, Dolly needed to go to the city. He didn't call anyone else, took bail, told Victor, and left the town. Victor didn't agree at first, but Dolly's will was firm, and he couldn't do anything. He could only watch Dolly leave at the entrance of the village, and soon turned into a black spot in the white world, disappearing on the road. Victor looked at Dolly, always feeling that this guy was a little mysterious. He was a rough man. Although he sometimes thought a lot, he didn't think much about Dolly's affairs. As long as he was here, the ordinary villagers in the town could be guaranteed not to die from illness. This was the key point. No matter what he is, at least he hasn't harmed anyone. He once suspected that this was a wizard, but Dolly's room was never locked, and anyone could go in to see it. Connie went to deliver food every day and found nothing unusual. If there is anything unusual, it is that the things he uses to make medicine look very high-end and strange. He can always make some incredible medicines, far beyond the scope of ordinary medicines. Thinking of this, he thought of the notice issued by the city a few months ago to collect evidence of possible wizards. Who cares, as long as he is good to us? They know the black terror of the wizards, but there are also good wizards, aren't there? Dolly returned to the city, first went to Old Me's place, and traded 20 primary mental power potions. This time, he only sold the medicine and collected money, without taking anything. Old Me was strange, but didn't say anything. Next was Lily, 5 level 2 mental power potions, exchanged for the same amount of magic crystal residue as last time, about 1.5 caddies, and Lily compensated for the rest with gold coins. It can be seen that Lily is also very tight, and the gold coins given are not many. Dolly harvested more than 50 gold coins. Adding the remaining ones from last time, the number of gold coins on his body has reached more than 80. For ordinary people, this is definitely a huge sum of money, but for wizards, 80 gold coins can only buy a little bit of something. A normal magic crystal even costs about 50 gold coins per unit, and the residue also costs 10 gold coins per caddy, not to mention the finished wizardry, which is even more expensive. Lily told him that she had taken a task to assassinate the deputy leader of an underground organization in Doman City and wanted to invite Dolly. Dolly refused. Now is not the time for him to kill people everywhere. With technology, why fight and kill? In fact, he was also wondering why Lily, who also has alchemy as a foundation, likes to do assassinations. It's really incomprehensible. After the two separated, Dolly left the city before the city gate closed, and then entered the vast world. The black market is not a fixed place. It has several places, trading once a month, in rotation. Dolly knows where these places are, and also knows where the transaction is this month, and is going to take a look, so this time he specially called Bale to be his bodyguard. When it comes to cheating, there is absolutely no more perverted existence than Bale. Calling Bale can guarantee foolproofness, but Bale also has times to test him and may not take action, so Dolly brought a lot of things, various poisons, dosed and undosed hallucinogenic potions, as well as crossbows, swords, more than a dozen copies of burning hand materials, animal skins that isolate energy fluctuations, basically everything that can be carried on his body, in case of accidents. The two gradually walked into the wind and snow, and soon, turned into the mountains on the side of the road. That's right, the trading place is in the mountains, in the unknown mountains. Chapter 82. Following the valley forward, after walking about 5 or 6 kilometers, a wide valley came into view. The gloomy sky suddenly opened up, and the vast white world gained a patch of black, with various tents scattered across the ground within this black area. As Dole saw the tents, a figure quickly appeared in front of him, completely enveloped in a white cloak. If you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't even see them, which startled him. Who goes there? The person inside the white cloak spoke, their voice devoid of any emotion. This was the guardian who ran the black market. Dole lowered his head and bowed slightly, a child of the night. At this time, the sky was slightly dark, but not completely. Things in the distance were still somewhat visible. Who goes there? Was just a password, and a child of the night was the response. The person in the white cloak nodded and said, the entrance fee is 1 gold coin. Also, you're new here, so be careful. Leave quickly after your transactions are complete. Dole didn't nod. He paid the gold coin to the person, bowed again, and then quickly walked into the valley. Once inside the valley, he could clearly see the tents. He noticed that each tent had words written on it, selling mineral materials, exchanging for medicines or finished alchemy products, selling various medicines, exchanging for special magic patterns, or selling finished alchemy products, exchanging for medicines, and so on. Some items were placed at the entrances of the tents, but none of them were very valuable. Obviously, the valuable items weren't left out in the open. This was the black market, an unregulated black market. There were a total of 8 tents, each with someone sitting inside, all wrapped in white cloaks. Their auras were concealed, and it was clear that none of them were easy to deal with. Dole was somewhat shocked. Such a small place like Doman City actually had so many wild wizards. At the same time, he became vigilant. It was possible that there were spies from the Ability Association among these strong individuals. Many books had such plots. What Dole needed was magic crystals. He didn't lack other things, but it seemed like these people didn't have many magic crystals either. Almost no one was exchanging for magic crystals. After walking past several stalls, only the last one indicated that they could exchange for magic crystals, but they needed finished Tier 2 magic potions. Dole only glanced at the sign at the entrance before stopping, standing at the entrance, and looking at the person inside. That person was wrapped in a black robe. The robe seemed to be special, with the effect of isolating energy, making it impossible to sense anything. Seeing Dole stop, the person raised their head, revealing only a pair of eyes. A hoarse voice sounded, "What do you need?" "I have magic crystals and various finished alchemical products here." Dole waved his hand at Bale, telling him to wait a moment, then glanced at the person. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth with a disguised voice, "I need magic crystals. I'll trade for Tier 2 mental power potions." His voice was very soft, only loud enough for the person to hear. However, even then, Dole felt that as soon as he spoke, the people around him seemed to turn their attention to him. That person also showed a hint of shock, their gaze fixed on him. Tier 2 mental power potions? At market price, 1 bottle is worth 30 gold coins. 5 bottles would be 150 gold coins. Do you want to exchange them all for magic crystals? Dole looked at him, meeting his gaze, and said, "I only need magic crystals or magic crystal fragments." Do you have that much in stock? Hearing this, the people around them immediately perked up their ears. The person's deep voice sounded, 150 gold coins can only be exchanged for 3 units of magic crystals. Even if exchanged for magic crystal fragments, it would only be 15 pounds. However, I don't have that much, so I'll only buy 3 bottles. The other fellows will definitely be willing to trade the other 2 bottles with you. They rummaged in their sleeves for a while, then took out 2 bags. One bag was very small and seemed to be empty, while the other bag was bulging with items. Dole took the bags and glanced at them. One contained 1 unit of magic crystal, a square, finished magic crystal the size of a fingernail. Even through the cloth bag, he could feel the rich energy aura. The other bag contained magic crystal fragments, broken pieces of crystal with extremely low energy density. After weighing them slightly in his hand, Dole nodded, took out 3 bottles of potion, and handed them to him. As soon as this transaction was completed, someone on either side shouted, "Hey, newbie, come here. I have magic crystal fragments." "Hey, newbie, I have them too. I can also guarantee your safety. That old ghost is definitely going to try to take advantage of you." The first person to speak immediately became exasperated, "That's a load of bull. You're the one who's going to take advantage of the kid. Come here, I can give you more." Dole was a bit puzzled. He felt that tier 2 mental power potions weren't difficult to make. Why did these people seem to be so lacking in them? He glanced at the 2 tents, then walked towards the tent of the first person who spoke. When the people around saw this, they felt a sense of regret. Just as Dole left, the person who had traded with him silently flicked out a small object, which stuck to his clothes. He retracted his gaze, pretending that nothing had happened, and continued to wait patiently. Dole didn't feel anything either and continued forward. He quickly arrived in front of that person. This person's tent had finished alchemical items hanging on it, as well as a sign that said they purchased medicines, but it didn't mention exchanging for magic crystals. That person wore a mask, making it impossible to see their face. Seeing Dole arrive, they were immediately overjoyed. "I didn't expect that traveling 50 kilometers to get here would still be worth it. I actually ran into an expert who can make magic potions." Dole was silent. Being able to make potions made you an expert? That was laughable. However, when he thought that these people might not even have the formulas, he couldn't laugh. His formulas were given to him by Baal. Where did these people get their formulas? It was truly unknown. He suddenly understood why these people needed mental power potions. They probably didn't have the formulas at all or didn't know how to make them. He nodded and said, "You heard, I need magic crystals. 2 bottles of tier 2 mental power potions, right?" That person directly threw out a bag, which was full of magic crystal fragments. "Here's a little extra for you. We can continue trading next time." Their voice was very unpleasant, filled with a hint of weirdness. Dole looked at the bag, then took out the remaining 2 bottles and threw them to the person. "Do you have any more? I want to buy some magic crystals with gold coins." With the potions in hand, that person immediately lost their enthusiasm and chuckled, "Buy magic crystals with gold coins? How could you even think of that? If you can tell me your real name, I can tell you how to use magic patterns to refine magic crystal fragments." Hearing this, Dole looked directly at the person, not saying a word. "You want to know my name and then attack me? You old rogue." That person looked at Dole indifferently. At this time, the sky had already begun to darken, and Dole prepared to return. Walking in the dark in this icy and snowy place was too scary. This mission was easier than ever before. He didn't even spend the gold coins on him. He finally understood the general meaning of the black market. Bartering was the way to go. Some things couldn't be bought with money. Accumulating various alchemical items was the right path. Just as he was about to leave, 4 or 5 people came from the entrance of the valley, all together, wrapped in white robes, revealing only a pair of eyes. Seeing this, Dole's pupil shrank. It seemed that he was the only one who showed his face here. Everyone else tried to hide as much as possible. They all didn't want to be seen in the light. Too bad, I was also using a disguise. Chapter 83. Things went smoother than ever before. As dusk approached, Dorlai was preparing to leave, and the man and dog headed towards the valley entrance. Just then, Baal suddenly spoke, "The first kid who traded with you left something on you. Don't go out the way you came. We'll go to the valley next to us." Dorlai was startled, then tugged at his clothes, but couldn't find anything. He immediately poured out his mental power frantically, penetrating through his skin and into his clothes. Lifting his clothes, he quickly found a strange particle under his cloak, something that wasn't there before. I thought it would be easy, but it turns out I still have to use my wits, Dorlai said mockingly. He didn't throw the thing away, but with a gloomy look, he pried it off and held it in his hand. He looked around, then strode forward, quickly turning into another gully. There was no path in the gully. He moved his feet, using his chi and blood, stepping on the sharp stones in the riverbed, easily running towards the mountain. His body had unknowingly entered the advanced warrior apprentice stage, and his bone forging and organ training were almost complete. After a wizard enters the advanced apprentice stage, their mental power is strong, radiating around them at all times. Even though they don't want to exercise their body, the subconscious instinct for survival actively affects their chi, blood, muscles, and bones. Plus, the food in the village was good, so their chi and blood slowly became vigorous, naturally entering a certain realm. At this time, his strength was almost 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. With one step, he could leap forward a long way. Leaping in the mountains was very exhausting. Dorlai ran for half an hour, then stopped, looked around, found a platform, stood on it, and slowly waited. As for Bale, he ran even more easily than Dorlai. He wasn't even running, but easily floated on the snow, leaping gently, like air, jumping tens of meters forward, without even leaving a footprint. It was simply too enviable. Soon, the sky completely darkened. In the dark night, the silent snowy valley had an unspeakable deathly stillness. There wasn't a sound, only the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Not long after, a series of approaching sounds came from a distance. It was the sound of footsteps lightly falling on the snow. The sound was very even and very slow. He seemed to be very careful. Soon, he came to Dorlai not far away, becoming even more careful. After a while, he suddenly moved, walking directly up from below. The darkness was like daylight in his eyes. He saw Dorlai sitting on a rock with a solemn expression at a glance. At this time, Dorlai also looked at him, their eyes meeting. The person who came was wearing a white robe, blending in with the surrounding snow. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see him at all. At this time, the two saw each other. Dorlai's heart tightened. It really was him. He came over without even changing his clothes. The white-robed man's eyes also narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. The other party was actually waiting for him here. He secretly thought it was bad, and then quickly retreated. At this moment, he felt that he couldn't move, and his heart was incomparably horrified. He had just waited there for a while to poison him, but when did he get poisoned? At this moment, he saw the other party stand up as if nothing had happened, walking towards him step by step, gently coming to him. In the darkness, his eyes gradually became cloudy, his spirit gradually dissipated, unable to maintain control of his body. He looked a little dazed, vaguely seeing the other party gently lifting his hat, and then scratching his face a few times, easily tearing off the disguise on his face, revealing his horrified expression. The white-robed man felt despair in his heart. Just then, he heard the person opposite him take a step back, and a slightly deep voice sounded. In Doman City, only one force is qualified to possess a large number of magic crystals, and that is the Imperial Shinik Society. You can possess so many magic crystals. I guessed that you were from the Shinik Society. As far as I know, among the 8 advanced apprentices in the Shinik Society, only 2 are from commoner backgrounds and are usually very frugal. One is called Baichi, and the other is called Ander. Baichi is responsible for all external affairs, and Ander is responsible for all internal affairs. It seems that you should be Baichi. Baichi was more horrified than anyone at this moment. What was going on with this person? How did he know about the people in their Shinik Society? How was this possible? Shock. At this time, Dorlai was also rejoicing in Cardia's information. If it weren't for Cardia, he would have been kept in the dark today. When he saw this person's true face, he thought of Baichi, whom Cardia had mentioned, and then used verbal intimidation. Sure enough, when he saw the shocked look on Baichi's face, he was quite satisfied. This was also a small trick he learned from reading books, attacking the enemy verbally, attacking his self-confidence, breaking through his psychological defenses, and then it would be much easier to communicate. Dorlai smiled. The possibility of commoners becoming wizards is very, very low. First, there are no resources, second, there are no resources, and third, there are still no resources. So, you think of a way to participate in the market and then find a way to obtain resources. You played this well. You think I can think of this, but other people can't think of this. He continued to use verbal intimidation against Baichi, but it was all just guesswork. Baichi was really flustered at this time. He had participated in the market more than a dozen times, and he felt that he was foolproof, but he didn't expect so many flaws in front of outsiders. He actually found that his breathing was smoother, and his throat was a little loose. He should be able to speak, so he said with a hoarse voice, "What are you going to do to me?" Dorlai sneered, "You left something on me, and you're asking me what to do." Baichi's heart was ashen at once. Just then, it suddenly went black in front of him, and he didn't know anything. Dorlai looked at him falling to the ground, sighing in his heart. This person can't be killed for the time being. Rob him once and let him remember it. As for suppressing him and knocking him unconscious, it wasn't his own means, but Lord Bale's. He was just acting under false pretenses. He also felt a little scared in his heart. If Bale hadn't come this time, he would have been finished. The world is dangerous. Directly searching his body, Dorlai left him only a set of clothes, and then robbed all the other things on his body. Not to mention, he was worthy of being a member of the Shinik Society. There were a lot of things on his body. Dorlai searched, and he found about 5 magic crystals on him. There weren't many residues, and there were also several finished, very low-level alchemy equipment. Dorlai didn't look at them carefully, put them directly on his body, and then prepared to slip away. Now it was the middle of winter, and it was dark, and the temperature was very low, but this guy, as an advanced wizard apprentice, shouldn't freeze to death. Even if he froze to death, what did it have to do with him? Not killing him on the spot was already a great favor. He went directly back the way he came. Not to mention, climbing mountains in the dark night was still quite terrifying. It was dark all around, without any reference objects, and he couldn't tell the direction. The more he walked, the more flustered he felt. He didn't even know where he was going. If it weren't for Bale, Dorlai would have even wanted to find a place to rest on the spot. The mountains in the dark night were too scary. Not long after, Bale led him out of the mountainous area, and the man and dog, touching the night, ran towards Three Rivers town. Baichi opened his eyes, and after moving his hand slightly, a stinging sensation rushed to his heart. He was a little dazed at once. The other party didn't kill him? But he quickly thought that he had to get up quickly in the freezing weather, otherwise he would freeze to death. With this movement, severe pain came from all over his body. Chapter 84. Damn it, my hands and feet are frozen. Baichi cursed as he struggled to get up. He could see that everything on him, except his clothes, had been thoroughly searched and taken away, leaving him with nothing. He didn't have the strength to worry about these things. He quickly covered his body with mental energy, stimulating his heart to pump blood and bring heat to his entire body. Being able to survive this late at night, in the mountains, was a miracle. Before long, he felt movement returning to his hands, feet and arms. He limped down the mountain. After walking a short distance, he suddenly turned towards the nearby riverbed. He felt under a large rock and pulled out a bundle. He took out a few items from it, quickly putting one around his neck. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing had no other function but to create a small field that resisted the surrounding extreme temperatures, offering some protection against the cold. That person didn't kill him, and he had no right to resent them. The ability to immobilize him so easily was definitely a power he couldn't contend with. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. He had always been cautious, and now that caution had saved his life. He quickly reached the outside of the valley. At this point, he realized that he might have been tricked by the other party's words. If he had been discovered earlier, how could he have been able to come out to trade so peacefully? He would have been captured long ago. Although the people who came to the black market weren't necessarily experts, some of them had very strong mental power, almost approaching a level 1 wizard. They were all cunning old foxes, and it was impossible that they wouldn't have captured him if they had discovered him. That person should be quite old and experienced. He had set a trap for him, and he immediately turned it back on him. He didn't kill him, which clearly indicated some connection to the ability association. He just didn't know who exactly it was. He couldn't figure it out as he walked. Baichi felt a pang of heartache at the loss of so many things. Several months of work had been for nothing. Dory was currently counting his spoils. The number of magic crystals was now sufficient, enough for daily experiments, and enough to squander for at least 3 months. He didn't have to worry about this matter for the entire winter. He could relax and refine level 2 mental strength potions, learn magic patterns, and then make some small items. Going from poverty to ordinary wealth in an instant, Dory felt that the world was full of changes. In addition to the magic crystals, he also gained many other things, such as materials. But he quickly discovered that the 3 bottles of mental strength potion he traded to Baichi seemed to be missing. That guy is really cunning. He must have left some things outside that we didn't take. Dory said to Bale, somewhat speechless. Bale grunted but didn't say anything. Dory continued to count the items. A dozen magic pattern skins, 2 finished magic patterns, the specific functions were unknown, a ring, a pendant, functions also unclear and needed to be figured out, and a small bronze plate with familiar magic patterns, seemingly for isolating energy fluctuations. This was actually a finished magic item, a product of alchemy. Basically, that was everything. Dory felt like he had struck it rich. Last month, he was still timid and didn't dare to drink the level 2 mental strength potions he made. Now, he had suddenly become a rich man and could drink them freely. How wonderful! No wonder Neri often shouted in books, robbery is the best business. Indeed, business with no capital is the most cost-effective. However, this kind of thing was hard to do unless one was strong enough. There was always the possibility of capsizing. If it weren't for Bale this time, he would be lying in the mountains right now. Thinking of this, Dory didn't relax too much but became somewhat vigilant. Although he had read so many books, he felt that he was still too inexperienced. Victor woke up early in the morning and heard the news that Dory had returned late last night, which surprised him somewhat. To dare to wander around in the mountains at night, this guy either had a special reliance or was very confident in his strength. After dismissing the reporting villager, he thought about it and decided to go with Connie to see what was going on when they delivered the food. On the mountain ridge in the early morning, wisps of smoke quickly rose from the scattered town, floating in the air, very dreamy, bringing some embellishment to the surrounding nature. Before long, Victor and Connie came to Dory's door together. They saw Dory practicing boxing in the yard, a seemingly strange kind of boxing. Dory also saw Victor and his daughter. Thank you, how could I be so embarrassed to have you deliver it in person? Dory immediately walked out to the door, took the basket, and patted Connie's head. Connie asked strangely, Brother Lin Rui, what kind of boxing are you practicing? I've never seen it before. Dory looked at Connie and said softly, a beginner boxing technique called the cross fist. It's good for fighting people, but not for dealing with wild beasts. Come, I'll give you something good. Victor also saw that this was a close quarters boxing technique, so he shook his head. Beginner boxing techniques were just garbage to him. However, he could see that Dory didn't have any good boxing techniques. But he saw that Dory had a sword, so this guy should know a little swordsmanship. I heard them say that you didn't come back until late last night. Victor asked as he followed him inside. Dory nodded and said, it was late when I left the city. I ran into something on the road that delayed me. Come in. This time when I went to the city, I asked someone to buy a few good potions, especially for you. Victor was somewhat surprised. If Dory said they were good potions, what could they be? He went into the house, put down the food, and Dory took out a shiny necklace and 2 bottles of red potion. The necklace was just an ordinary necklace, and he casually put it on Connie. The 2 bottles of fiery red potion made Victor's spirits lift. His eyes widened, level 2 strength potion. Dory nodded and said, drink it yourself, don't tell anyone. Victor originally wanted to refuse the necklace Dory gave him, but now looking at the potion in his hand, the necklace was just trash. He was filled with hesitation. This 1 bottle of potion was worth 10 gold coins. It seemed that this guy knew that he had discovered something. He must be a wizard, but he didn't know if he was a beginner apprentice or an intermediate apprentice. He gritted his teeth, accepted the potion, and then slowly exhaled and said, I owe you one, thank you, I won't be polite. Dory raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, you're welcome, it's only right. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. Victor shook his head and said seriously, I kept you here only because your medical skills are excellent and very powerful, which can reduce the casualties in my town. There is no other intention, it was like this before, and it will be like this in the future. Dory shrugged. How could that be? I also come from an ordinary family. Victor could actually see that Dory lived very cautiously and was very stingy, not because he was poor, but just a habit. This kind of habit only existed in the children of poor families. He nodded, clenched the potion in his hand, and said, "Okay, then I'll go." Although the intermediate strength potion didn't greatly improve a high-level warrior apprentice, the first time using it still had a great effect, greatly strengthening strength. For Victor, who was improving a little bit every day, this was simply a great improvement. Once his strength reached another level, he could learn Battle Aura. Chapter 85. As the chief of a town, he had a battle chi cultivation method bestowed upon him by the city lord, but he hadn't met the training standards. With these 2 bottles of potion, he would be qualified to cultivate. Once he became a level 1 warrior, he could better protect the village. Leaving Door's small courtyard, he quickly returned home, hid the potions, and prepared to drink them during his evening cultivation. With the iron-shaped magical device, Door was no longer afraid of being discovered while experimenting with Burning Hand, and he could refine level 2 mental strength potions with confidence and boldness. The iron was easy to activate. Just put some magic crystal residue on it, and then activate it with mental strength. It would automatically absorb the energy from the residue. There was almost no need to worry about people tampering with this kind of low-level magical device. It was too low-level, and Bear had checked it and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. He now felt that the greatest luck in his life was not having any talent, but having Bear. Doing good deeds really pays off. After spending a few days, he refined a batch of 10 bottles of level 2 mental strength potions, and then refined a batch of materials for Burning Hand. Door planned to first master this witchcraft, and then consider the matter of Wizard's Hand. A single trick, used well, can take you anywhere. This saying is true everywhere. For more than 10 days, Door stayed in the courtyard and didn't come out much. As long as there was no one around, he would try to reconstruct the Burning Hand spell model. The Burning Hand spell model's form was fixed, what was not fixed was the construction method of the nodes. Different construction methods accommodated different amounts of mental strength and different mental attributes. There were many kinds of spell nodes, the lowest level vortex shape, tetrahedral shape, polyhedral shape. From low to high level, the difficulty also increased exponentially, but correspondingly, the spell's power and controllability would also greatly increase. The effect of cultivating a spell once or twice is completely different from cultivating it 10,000 times, just like swinging a sword a few hundred times versus swinging it tens of thousands of times. These are 2 different concepts. As a wizard, one must choose what is suitable for oneself. In different environments, what kind of spell to use and what kind of effect to create are all very valuable for research. For example, if you are going to an underground passage and need to use a light-type spell, and you clearly need a spell with a long duration and bright light, it would definitely be inappropriate to choose one with great power but a short duration. Not to mention wasting materials, it would also be inefficient. In the following time, he began to study the Burning Hand spell model. At first, in order to quickly condense the spell model, he naturally condensed the simplest vortex-shaped spell nodes. As his mental strength and control increased, he began to study other node methods, such as tetrahedral nodes. Tetrahedral nodes were slightly stronger than vortex-shaped nodes. A triangle represents stability in the model structure, and each side is the same. How much mental strength you input, you can release the equivalent Burning Hand effect. When Door only had 70 copper coins, he could control vortex shapes, but when he had 100, he could replace all the vortex-shaped nodes with tetrahedrons. Sometimes, he also tried to mix vortex-shaped nodes and tetrahedral nodes. The final experiment concluded that the single node state was more suitable. Vortex shapes were easy to condense and fast, taking only 2 seconds or even less to complete, but the burning time was short and the power was insufficient. Tetrahedrons were stronger in all aspects, but the condensation speed was a bit slow, taking at least 5 seconds. 5 seconds! If the opponent was a ranged shooter, he would have died countless times. However, compared to advanced wizard apprentices who needed 8 seconds to chant, Door was many times stronger than them. The number of nodes was fixed, it could not be increased or decreased, otherwise it would be another witchcraft, and even the materials would not be suitable. If you wanted to change the nodes and create another witchcraft, that was the domain of level 1 or higher wizards. At least they could cast spells without the spell casting materials of 0-level cantrips, so they could experiment on a large scale, unlike now, where Dor wasted spellcasting materials every time he experimented. Every time he released it, he felt like he was bleeding. Above the tetrahedron was the hexahedron, a rectangular or square node structure. According to the book, the length, width, and height would all affect the performance of Burning Hand. You can experiment multiple times to choose the shape that suits you best. Dor experimented many times, but his mental control was insufficient. At most, he could do half hexahedron and half tetrahedron, and the speed of condensing the spell model was as long as 10 seconds. 10 seconds was not worth it at all. The biggest advantage of the hexahedron was that it could accommodate more mental strength, and it could freely control the power and duration of Burning Hand, and it could also initially absorb some energy from the air to increase its power. This was what Dor valued most. The duration and burning temperature of the burning determined what effect it could have. Although it was a close-range spell, not as good as the higher-level fireball, it was still powerful when combined with martial skills, at least at the apprentice stage. After seeing that it was due to the problem of mental strength, Dor prepared to take level 2 mental strength potions to improve. In the past, he didn't dare to take them himself because of money, but now that he was not short of money, he could quickly improve. After making the decision, he drank 1 bottle every 5 days for more than a month, and by this time, his mental strength had increased to 130 copper coins. This year's winter felt particularly long. After the first snowfall, the snow on the ground never melted. Except for the mines around Doman City, everything was white and hazy, and nothing could be seen. This winter was also particularly difficult. In mid-December, he and the villagers in the town went to the city together. At the city gate, he saw many soldiers pushing wooden carts, dragging the corpses from the slums out and heading to the mass graves outside the city. The corpses in winter did not smell bad. Each one was dressed in rags, and the exposed skin was frozen, making them look iron blue all over, which made people feel cold. The most new small said at 6-9 book bar first hair. Without clothes to keep warm and without enough food, it was normal to starve to death, at least in the slums it was normal. After passing through the slums and entering the city, it seemed much more normal. Although it was not so lively, at least it looked much better. After separating from the convoy, Dor went to see Old Me in turn, traded the primary mental strength potions, bought a batch of medicinal materials and devices for extracting medicinal materials, and then went to see Lily. Compared to a month ago, Lily was more calm and steady, and the temperament on her body had also undergone subtle changes. When she saw Dor, the first thing she asked was whether he had purification potions. Although Dor was surprised, he shook his head. This thing had too low adaptability and was very complicated to refine, so it was useless. Lily felt a little regretful. If you bring primary purification potions next time, I will pay 1 gold coin per bottle. Chapter 86. The market price of a purification potion is only 50 silver coins. This guy offering a gold coin is clearly paying a high price. I wonder what he's going to use it for. The function of a basic purification potion is to purify impurities from low-energy objects, such as sewage. Although I don't know what you are going to do, if you need it, I can concoct some. Lily breathed a sigh of relief, her serious expression turning into a smile. I changed jobs. Although I have less contact with certain things, I get to meet a lot of people. If I have purification potions, I can take it a step further. Dory shook his head and said, no matter what you are going to do, safety comes first. If other wizards see the things purified by the purification potion, they'll easily discover the clues. Lily's smile faded as she considered his words. She was only thinking about practicality, but she didn't think about being discovered. After a moment, she sighed in relief and said with difficulty, forget it then. Safety first. I don't need the purification potion. Dory also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to waste too much time making that stuff. The two quickly parted ways. Dory got a small bag of magic crystal residue and 15 gold coins. It has to be said that Lily is very capable. Ordinary people won't see 15 gold coins in their entire lives, but she can get her hands on them in a month. I wonder what she's doing. Even a common, down on their luck noble family would only spend that much in a year. Although he was a little surprised, Dory didn't plan to interfere. The two of them only had a transaction relationship. Why bother so much? But then he became a little worried. Lily was a stable source for purchasing magic crystal residue. If she was finished, wouldn't he also be affected? Thinking of this, he had a headache. He had to find a way to improve himself as soon as possible and get to the micro-magic crystal mine that Baal mentioned as soon as possible. However, according to Baal, to go to that place, one must at least be an initiate-level wizard. It's too early to talk about this now. What a pain. For now, he could actually relax a little. Of his few enemies, only Dis was left alive. Although he had provoked the ability association, they only suspected his existence and weren't actively searching for him, so he was still relatively safe. Dory, this identity, hadn't appeared in public for more than half a year. Lin Rui or Ado had always been the ones appearing before everyone. Dory seemed to have been forgotten. But Dis would definitely remember. As long as he died, Dory could disappear from this world. Dory thought of many things. He rested in the city for one night. Early the next morning, he bought a batch of paper, a few pieces of clothing, and exchanged a few books at the library. At 10 o'clock, they gathered at the city gate. Several carriages were now filled with things, food, seasonings, various fabrics, and some swords, hammers, axes, and other items. Dory even discovered that they didn't know where they had gotten a small iron anvil, furnace, and mold box. Did these people want to forge things in the village? At this moment, he saw a strange figure in the crowd. It was a dark-skinned youth, very strong, with a thick right arm, very active next to Victor. When Dory came over, Victor excitedly introduced him, "This is Merkel from our village. He's been studying blacksmithing for several years and is now a level 2. He's coming back to the village. We can forge our own ironware in the future." Dory looked at Merkel and smiled, "Hello." Merkel came to Dory and bowed slightly, saying, "Hello. I've heard Uncle talk about you. You're very powerful." Dory nodded. He didn't plan to say much. Seeing that Dory didn't have the desire to speak, Victor looked around and said, "Let's set off. A dozen kilometers of snowy road. It will take us several hours. Let's go back quickly. We can't be like last time. The village was attacked last time they went back, which was really scary." Everyone shouted in a low voice and returned to the ox carts. The team slowly set off. Dory's things were also placed on one of the ox carts. He casually stood next to the carriage, with a narrow sword hanging at his waist and a bow hanging on his back. The bow was for deterrence. He hadn't shot it a few times. If something attacked, he would definitely use his sword. In his sleeves, several sewn hidden pockets contained the casting materials for burning hands. If he really couldn't win, he would directly use wizardly means. With his current wizardry skills, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, they left the city and the exposed land, and soon entered the avenue thickly covered with snow. The carriage slowly walked on the road, crushing the snow on the ground, making a creaking sound, which was very harsh on the silent avenue. "Everyone pay attention and be vigilant to prevent any wild animals from coming out." Victor walked and directed the crowd. After passing the main straight road, they soon turned the first bend, and only black and white remained in the world. Dory and Merkel were surrounded by everyone in the middle. Dory originally wanted to walk to the back, but Victor didn't let him, so he had to walk in the middle. Being in the middle was relatively easy, only requiring walking. As they walked, everyone relaxed and discussed martial arts, and how so-and-so's son or daughter was doing. The atmosphere quickly became lively. After walking about 10 kilometers, they arrived outside Urdeo River Town, the first town. At this time, the sharp-eyed hunter in front discovered that there were several thick plumes of smoke on the distant ridge. The smoke was thick and billowing. Obviously, this wasn't normal smoke. He quickly returned to report. Everyone ran to the front of the carriage and watched. Urdeo River Town was larger than Sanhikau Town, but the geographical locations were similar. Both were built on the ridge opposite the river. The difference was that the ridge they occupied was relatively gentle, and they could occupy a larger area, with almost more than 600 households. At this time, thick smoke rose from many places in the mountain, and screams came from the town. Because the distance was far, it was impossible to see what was happening, but only billowing smoke rising into the sky and wolf howls and fighting sounds from all directions could be seen. After watching for about 10 seconds, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Victor calmly said, "Airway, Sandy, the two of you immediately report to the city at the fastest speed and let them arrange soldiers to come as soon as possible. We'll go over to help first." Like last time, it seems to be forest wolves. 2 young men walked out of the team, carrying bows and arrows on their backs. They immediately nodded and turned to run towards the city. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. After Victor finished speaking, he said again, Dory and Merkel stay behind. Everyone else, charge with me. Erdeo Bridge Town is our brother town. We can't let them fall. In fact, he also meant that if Erdeo Bridge Town fell, the wolf pack would only grow stronger and would soon spread to their town. He took the lead and ran forward. The group quickly came to the bridge, rushed across the bridge, and ran towards the village on the other side. Only Merkel and Dory were left next to the ox cart. The two of them drove the ox cart slowly forward, watching the front. All the towns in Duiman City were built on the edge of rivers, or in valleys, or on ridges. They all had watchtowers and training grounds. Whether they were men or women, they were qualified soldiers when they picked up weapons. Living in this kind of place, it was impossible without the ability to protect themselves. Chapter 87. Victor entered the village and quickly saw the true situation. There were indeed over 100 wolves, seemingly charging directly from the ridge. By this time, half of the wolf pack had entered the village. Victor and a few others beside him hid to the side for a brief discussion and decided to charge in from the side of the ridge. The people of Erdeo Bridge didn't see Victor and the others at this time. The ridge was too large, and they were focused on fighting the wolves, so no one paid attention to this side. They had already lost 7 or 8 people, and the rest were all wounded, making for an exceptionally tragic scene. Angry roars, shouts, and cries came from all directions. This pack of wolves charged in while they were eating. To deal with these damned things, they didn't even have time to worry about the houses and could only kill the wolves first, which is why the houses caught fire. Town Chief Moses was currently charging ahead, using his broadsword to block, thrust, and slash, taking the lead and holding off the most formidable forest wolves. Each of these wolves was enormous. A sword strike would, at most, draw a bloody gash, but it couldn't inflict serious damage. The only real threat to them was the archers in the watchtower. However, at this time, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, and they simply couldn't organize an effective defense. Just then, he saw that the wolf pack in front suddenly became chaotic. So, he swung his sword to force back the few wolves in front and jumped onto the roof of a nearby house. He saw that several people had come from the foot of the mountain at some unknown time and were attacking the wolf pack from the side. After taking a closer look, Moses was overjoyed. It was Victor, a high-level warrior apprentice. He saw him casually slash down a forest wolf with a single sword strike. The broadsword in his hand danced, directly cutting into the wolf pack with tremendous power. When did this guy become so powerful? Is he about to reach the entry level? Moses didn't have time to mutter to himself. He immediately shouted towards the back, "The brothers from Sanhikau town are here. The wolf pack is in disarray. Archers, immediately grab your bows and get on the roofs." His shout made the atmosphere even more tense. Some people dropped their swords and retreated to retrieve bows, while others desperately created space for the archers to operate. The few sharpshooters in the village immediately had room to display their skills. Swish, swish, swish. Several swift arrows shot down, and forest wolves immediately fell to the ground, never to rise again. Moses raised his broadsword, jumped down from the roof, and charged towards Victor's direction. Earlier, to conserve his strength, he hadn't deliberately used his power. Now, there was no need to conserve. He chopped off the head of a forest wolf with a single sword strike, his muscles bulging, clearly using some unknown martial skill. His feet swayed, and he continuously slashed in all directions. In a short time, he injured 4 or 5 forest wolves in one breath, but his strength also reached its limit. He paused and gasped for breath. At this moment, Victor arrived. He suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword in front of Moses. A wolf was quickly dismembered. Victor looked at the panting Moses and immediately shouted, "Where's the Wolf King?" Moses took a deep breath and pointed in the direction of the ridge, "Over there." Victor slashed down a forest wolf that was trying to sneak attack him and looked towards the mountain. On the mountainside, a mighty forest wolf, larger than the other forest wolves, stood on a high rock, coldly watching the foot of the mountain. It was motionless, as if it were a god, surveying the human world. That familiar gaze immediately reminded him of the forest wolf that had attacked the village last time. It was this guy. Victor itched with hatred, but then he was shocked. He looked at the surrounding forest wolves. There weren't this many wolves last time. The wolf pack had grown stronger. It seemed that the situation in the mountains wasn't good this winter. He jumped directly up and, along the ridge, charged towards the mountain. His strength was immense. With each sword strike, the forest wolves suffered broken bones and tendons. The wounds immediately split open, revealing the bloody flesh. The chi and blood in his body surged, almost forming a circle of bloody mist around him. Moses was stunned when he saw Victor's figure. This guy, is he really about to reach the entry level? At the edge of the pipeline, Dolai and Merkel had already stopped, standing beside the carriage, watching the slaughter on the opposite bank of the river. Dolai already knew Victor's strength. This guy, as expected of someone about to reach the entry level, his strength is powerful. One sword for each ordinary forest wolf, his attacks are very ruthless. This ordinary wolf pack, the Wolf King, is also about to reach the entry-level demon beast, similar to Victor. He charged in alone, disrupting the wolf pack. Coupled with the townspeople of Erdeo Bridge, the situation quickly stabilized and slowly began to organize a counterattack. These are just ordinary wolf packs. As long as one or two people can stabilize the situation, they can be repelled. In winter, the wolf packs in the mountains are also consuming themselves. They must reduce the number of the group to maintain the survival of the large group, otherwise all the wolves will starve to death. This is the law of survival in the forest. These are all seen from books. Soon after, a loud da-da-da sound rang out on the official road. Hundreds of majestic soldiers came from the official road, their steps uniform and full of murderous aura, heading straight for Erdeo Bridge. When passing by, they just glanced at Dolai's carriage and rushed into the village. Immediately, the sound of the second round of fighting came. This time, the battle ended very quickly, and the wolf packs quickly fled into the mountains. Dolai also saw the real soldiers. They seemed to be fighting purely for killing. Their combat power was much stronger than ordinary villagers. The armor on their bodies was not afraid of being bitten by ordinary wolves, and the weapons in their hands were even more sophisticated. Ordinary soldiers could also slash down a forest wolf with a few swords. What if he faced the soldiers? Dolai thought carefully and shook his head. He would definitely be instantly killed unless he reached the entry level and occupied a geographical advantage to drag this group of soldiers to death. If possible, he must not be exposed, Dolai thought. Time passed slowly. Before long, the fire in the town was extinguished, and Victor also walked out from the bridge. Everyone was fine, at most with some injuries. Dolai then discovered that Victor's face was not very good, but full of worry. From discovery to the present, more than an hour had passed, and everyone seemed to have passed several days, full of exhaustion. Back beside the ox cart, Victor waved, signaling everyone to set off. Dolai also followed behind, moving forward slowly. Before long, Victor came to his side, with a worried face, and said, "Lin Rui, I know you are knowledgeable, help me analyze it." At this time, Merkel was also beside him. He perked up his ears, still wondering, isn't this guy a doctor? Victor told the story of encountering the Wolf King just now. Dolai lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "This winter's snow is particularly heavy. Under the heavy snow cover, rodents and many shrub animals will be covered by heavy snow, and herbivores will also starve to death in large numbers. Whether it is forest wolves or grey wolves, they will be in a situation where there is no food. They come to attack the village for two reasons: one is to eat, after all, we humans are also on their food list, and the second is to consume the number of wolf packs. They themselves grew up in the mountains and can advance and retreat, but we will not go deep into the mountains, which gives them many opportunities to use." Victor was a rough man. He could understand Dolai's words as soon as he heard them, and his face changed slightly. He said, "That's true. Last time our village was attacked, there were only more than 60 wolves. Now their wolf pack has grown to more than 100. It is very likely that they have absorbed other wolf packs. Last time they attacked our town, now they are attacking Erdeo Bridge town. It is estimated that they will attack other towns in a few days. After all, the entire mountainous area is their territory." Chapter 88. The number of wolves will also affect other populations, such as bears, tigers, and leopards, who also prey on each other. Dolai thought for a moment and said, "There's no way to stop the wolves from multiplying. Our strength doesn't allow us to go into the jungle and eliminate them. We can only try our best to defend and improve our individual strength." As a wizard, he has many ways to deal with these pack animals, but that doesn't mean he should expose his wizarding abilities. It would quickly spread to the city and reach the ears of the Ability Association, exposing him. Victor frowned and sighed, saying, "All right, I'll clean up the training ground when I get back and try my best to train them. Also, I'm about to reach the next rank." He looked at Dorlai with a bright gaze. Dorlai shrugged. "Then congratulations in advance. If you feel you're ready, you can come find me." Victor's spirits immediately lifted. He knew what Dorlai meant, then stopped talking, retreated into the crowd, and began communicating with the others. After wasting nearly 2 hours, it was already dark when they were close to the village. Many people were craning their necks in anticipation on the bridge by the river. When they saw them return, everyone cheered. After the things were unloaded and distributed, everyone returned to their homes. Back home, Dorlai began to think. Recently, he had been studying writing and learning magic runes. Magic runes encompass a vast amount of content, peculiar wizarding arrays, which are what ordinary people call magic circles, and then enchanting, scrolls, and the like. Magic runes are the most difficult part of being a wizard. Potions and materials are much easier to learn. The last time Dorlai traded, he realized that some people are generally good at materials and magic runes, but very few people understand potions. It wasn't just strict knowledge control, but there seemed to be other restrictions. But he himself could easily concoct potions, which felt incredible. In the room, Bael lay sprawled on the soft wolf skin, lazily like a cat. "Do you have the scent of blood on you?" Dorlai shook his head. "No, it's the aura of other people's blood." He recounted the story of the forest wolf attack on Erdeo town. Bael's ears drooped. The habits of wolves are like that. They consume their own population in this way. It seems that this winter will be difficult. Dorlai nodded. He had seen similar records in a book. Bael continued, "Hurry up and cultivate, strive to reach the next rank. After reaching the next rank, you will find that there is another world." Dorlai sighed, "I want to, but even with medicine, it will take some time." Bael snorted. "We hellhounds are born at rank 3. You humans are really fragile." Dorlai was speechless by this sentence. Then he immediately retorted, "Hellhounds are only rank 8 at most, but we humans have rank 9 powerhouses." Now it was Bael's turn to be silent. After a long while, he cursed, "You human race is really strange. The lower limit is terribly low, and the upper limit is equally high. Heaven is really too fair." Dorlai smiled and didn't speak. He sat in the living room, closed his eyes, and directly began to meditate. Many things happened today, which made people very annoyed. He needed to calm down. Merkel returned to his long-lost home, and his father and mother were overjoyed. The village has a blacksmith, how could that not excite people? After eating and drinking, Merkel casually asked about Lin Rui. Merkel's parents' expressions immediately changed, and his father even slapped him on the back. "In the future, no matter who asks, don't reveal a single word. Lin Rui is a good kid, he saved the lives of several of your uncles." The village also knew that Dorlai's background was unusual, but he could freely enter and exit the city, so he shouldn't be a bad person, but they also had to guard against others' suspicions. "Dorlai has been here for a few months, but he has helped a lot." Merkel was startled by his parents' attitude and felt wronged. If they didn't want him to ask, then he wouldn't ask. What did they hit him for? The night passed quickly. Just as the sky was dawning, Dorlai keenly heard a series of soft shouts outside. He slowly stood up and looked outside, only to see Victor already holding a cattle whip, starting to drive people to the river, telling them to take swords, hammers, axes, and bows and arrows to train. There was still snow on the ground, and those underage children were taking tools to clear the snow from the ground. Moving so early in the morning, this Victor is really an action-oriented person. Dorlai didn't go out, but waited a while, and when the sky brightened, he practiced writing at home. Practicing writing is very helpful for magic runes. A lot of practice, coupled with strong mental power and precise control, has continuously improved his attainments in magic runes. Now, drawing energy isolation runes is already easy for him. But he is no longer satisfied with this kind of magic rune and is contacting the next stage. As a wizard, reconnaissance ability is a must, and anti-reconnaissance ability is also a must. This involves several very important detection runes and feedback runes, as well as the warning magic arrays that these runes are combined into. Large magic arrays are all composed of various magic runes with various functions. Without exception, for the basic application of magic runes, divine sense is more important than witchcraft. There are also several types of detection magic runes, such as those that detect vibrations, those that detect colors, and those that detect energy fluctuations. In addition to these array magic runes, there are also connection magic runes and feedback runes. Connection magic runes can connect different magic runes together to unify their functions, while feedback runes can be used as receivers to receive information. However, magic runes are not fun. He studied the vibration detection rune for several days, and he also studied the basic feedback rune for many days. After these two things were researched, he connected the vibration detection and feedback runes together to form the most basic warning array. This basic vibration detection rune can detect all vibrations within 3 meters of the range and can also feedback the intensity of the vibrations, which is very useful. Taking this thing and laying it on the road at the door, as long as someone comes, he will know. After testing the function with Bale, Dorley was quite satisfied, but this is only limited to situations where Bale wants him to know. With its ability, it can come in without anyone noticing. The validity period of these magic runes is only 1 month, which is surprisingly short. Dorley has no way to solve it. Magic runes that can spontaneously gather energy must wait until he has condensed more than 170 silver coins and his mental power is strong enough to withstand the backlash of the power of heaven and earth before he dares to draw them. Doing those things now, in Bale's words, is courting death. However, Dorley is already very satisfied with getting these things out. He still has the talent to play with magic runes. It's just that it takes a lot of time. Nerihu's biography wrote that Nerihu studied this thing. Each low-level magic rune only took up to 1 day to study, while Dorley needed to spend several days. This is really incomparable. After all, people are ultimate bosses. However, Dorley can be the same as Nerihu in one thing, and that is in potions. Chapter 89. Within the wizarding system, 2 types of people are highly sought after. The first, of course, is the apothecary who can concoct various potions. The second is the array master. As someone who can handle potion making, Dor felt he had some skills. Potions are in high demand in the market, especially high-level potions, which can fetch a high price. The potions needed by wizards are particularly valuable. The price difference between a beginner's mental strength potion and a beginner's strength potion is significant, showing how valuable they are. Array masters are sought after because they can manipulate large arrays. For small forces, a level 2 or 3 guardian array can fetch hundreds of gold coins, not to mention the super magic arrays of level 4, 5, 7, or 8, which are even more expensive. Besides these 2 areas, the most profitable is enchantment, enchanting weapons, armor, and special equipment. Dor actually wanted to go down the path of enchantment because he only needed to deal with individuals, not entire forces. Of course, potions are also good. With his talent, it would be better to pursue potion making. Dor cultivated while practicing magical inscription and considering the path he would take in the future. Soon, another half-month passed, and it was almost the new year in January. At this time, Dor realized the hardship of being an advanced wizard apprentice. The further he progressed, the slower the improvement became. Even with the use of a level 2 mental strength potion, after 3 months, he only managed to increase the number of mental strength copper coins to over 160. And at this point, a bottle of mental strength potion couldn't even increase it by 1 copper coin. He drank a bottle of mental strength potion every few days, and it was still like this. Those advanced apprentices without mental strength potions would probably be delayed for 3 or 4 years. No wonder those people in the market were not young, but they were still apprentices, probably because they didn't have much talent. On the morning of December 30th, the village did not organize training today but was preparing for the new year. Although there was no New Year atmosphere in the town, everyone put on their washed clothes, took out various musical instruments, and sang and danced in the slightly open space in the middle of the town, which looked very lively. With Merkel's joining, the equipment of the people in the village improved by a level. Several people had shiny silver armor hanging on their bodies, which was quite impressive. Armor is a luxury item that ordinary people cannot afford. The price of a set of armor is even more expensive than an axe and sword made of refined iron. After all, armor is for saving lives. Although Dor himself was a level 2 blacksmith, he had not systematically learned how to make armor, only how to forge various weapons. He watched Merkel make armor and understood that the difficulty of armor was higher than forging weapons, but the craftsmanship was relatively simple. It tested people's patience and understanding of human body structure. After all, it had to be custom-made and worn on the body. In the past half-month, Dor had placed 3 sets of self-made early warning arrays in front of and behind the house. No matter what came, he could sense it. These days, he was working on magical inscriptions for detecting sound. This magical inscription was much more advanced than the rune for detecting vibration. The difficulty of magical inscriptions increased geometrically. However, today he was not staying at home but came to the town at Connie's invitation to watch them dance. It was still a world of ice and snow, and even the water in the river was completely frozen. Villagers had to break the ice to get water, which was very difficult, but this was not difficult for professionals above the intermediate level. Dor saw Victor in the crowd. He was wearing a rough set of armor and leading the dance in the middle of the road. In front of him was his eldest daughter, Annie, who had returned from school in the city. They had picked her up when they went to the city a few days ago. Victor had a relative who lived in the city, and Annie also lived there. Victor went to give living expenses every month. He used the money he earned from hunting, not the town's taxes. This kind of town was like a small village, without any commercial things, and the taxes were basically non-existent. At the end of each year, everyone put together a little to serve as taxes and handed them over to the city lord. Dormont City's main tax revenue came from mines, and it was not so harsh on the surrounding towns. It didn't matter how much they paid. Instead, they were very active in providing military support. The second Bridgetown incident was an example. The Link family has ruled Dormont City for so many years, and their popularity is still there. After these thoughts flashed through Dor's mind, he saw Victor had already left the field and stopped playing, leaving the field to others. Everyone was lively, seemingly preparing for the new year. Connie invited Dor to the field, but Dor didn't know how to dance, so he politely refused. He lightly jumped onto the roof next to him and clapped with a smile. Various activities are also held in the city every year, and he also participates in them, but most of the time he only goes as a spectator and rarely participates in activities. The people around saw this and immediately cheered. Dor quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know how. In fact, none of these villagers really knew how to dance. They were all dancing randomly to the beat, from grandpas and grandmas to children. They would all go down and twist a few times. Everyone looked very happy. Dor rarely rested today and sat on the roof to enjoy the scene. It was usually difficult to relax. When sitting in the house, he either read books or studied various magical inscriptions, improving the notes of the spell model. He couldn't be idle at all. It was good to be pulled out to relax. After nearly 3 months, his skin had returned to its original appearance. Although his physique was stronger, his skin was closer to that of ordinary people, even better than that of nobles, fair and rosy. For 3 consecutive days, everyone was singing and dancing together. This situation continued until the new year. After the new year, Dor would be 14 years old. According to this world, he would be considered an adult, able to pick up a sword, carry a gun, and go to the battlefield. At 14 years old, families would already start talking about marriage and having children. And what was Dor doing at 14? He was still working hard to get revenge. Although he was now able to take revenge, he still needed to make some preparations to take revenge without injury. After all, Dis had now colluded with the Ability Association. The other party had been monitoring him before. Facing the huge imperial organization of the Ability Association, he could not be careless. If he was caught, his fate might be death. Bauer clearly stated that he would not actively participate, so all the things before and after the revenge had to be planned and done by himself. When the early warning array had a breakthrough, Dor would prepare to go back to take revenge, quickly kill Dis, and fulfill his biggest wish. Although Dor was not conceited, he almost died in the police station, and the hatred in his heart had already risen to the sky. He couldn't relieve the hatred in his heart without killing all the relevant personnel. People only live once in their lives, and there is great terror between life and death. Terror makes people perverted, terror makes people strive to become stronger, and terror makes people's psychology distorted. Dor felt that if he didn't kill Dis, he would never feel at ease in this life. Chapter 90 Ma Fa Continent, New Calendar Year 325, January 3rd. The villagers sang and danced for 5 days before finally stopping and returning to their lives. As before, all adults over the age of 12, except for some women, had to train in the river every morning, practicing strength, archery, swordsmanship, axe skills, hammer techniques, and more. Every morning, after eating, Dole would watch at the door for a while, then return to his room to secretly conduct research. In the past few days, he had made some progress. There are many types of detection runes, but the most basic is the detection vibration rune. Slightly more advanced runes can detect sound, energy fluctuations, heat, and so on. Dole had now mastered detection vibration, and the second rune he chose was sound detection. Initially, he mechanically tried to replicate it, but later, when he compared the two runes, he realized that their patterns looked almost identical. Both were circular with an eye in the middle. The difference was that the eye in the detection vibration rune was more precise and detailed. He began to ponder the underlying principles. From a witchcraft perspective, whether it's the vibration of a person walking or sound, both are transmitted through the vibration of matter. The only difference is the magnitude and duration of the vibration. This means that the detection vibration and sound detection runes are essentially the same, with the only difference being the level of detection vibration. Realizing this, he suddenly understood. Comparing the two runes, his understanding of runes became clearer. According to the books, runes are the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Things based on the same principle will naturally be similar. As long as one can understand one, then evolving the next one is sufficient. After understanding, learning becomes much faster. In mid-January, the agreed time arrived. Victor was also going to the city to send his daughter to school. Victor's aura was becoming increasingly powerful. Dole glanced at the guy and sighed inwardly. It's difficult for ordinary people to enter the first level. Victor is now in his mid-30s and has only just touched the threshold of entering the level, while most ordinary people may never reach it in their lifetime. Of course, Dole also contributed to Victor's advancement. Without drug stimulation, he probably wouldn't have progressed so quickly. It was still a bullock cart, still a snowy road. This was the coldest time of the year, and the snow on the ground was very thick. The closer it got to this time, the more the traffic between Doman City and the outside world was almost cut off. The city's food supply relied entirely on the accumulation from spring, summer, and autumn. The more this was the case, the more stable the city became, because no one could afford to fight. Entering the city, Dole carried a large box and went straight to the library. He returned the books, borrowed some more, and then went to buy paper and pens. Time slowly passed until evening. However, there were a lot of patrols and security personnel on the streets, which made him a little uneasy. What important figure died this time? He slowly walked towards Lily's hidden nest, observing his surroundings as he went. He was questioned several times on the road, but he managed to escape successfully. Fortunately, he went to the library first today and didn't trade herbs. If he had traded herbs first, he would probably have had to go home first and put things down before daring to wander around. Lily came out of the Lake Chamber of Commerce, glancing around inconspicuously. The situation in the city had been very tense recently, all thanks to her. After entering the Advanced Wizard Apprentice stage, this was the first time she had independently completed a second-level mission. The process was perfect, and no one discovered that she did it. She walked around the street, then went to the restroom to take a look, and her eyes narrowed instantly. There was a mark at the door of the room, proving that Dole had come. She then walked in, opened the door, and went inside. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lily was overjoyed and opened the door, seeing Dole as expected. Closing the door, Dole looked at Lily and said, "What's going on outside? Did someone die again?" Lily nodded slowly, "It's the mission I told you about last time. I poisoned that person to death." Dole raised his eyebrows. This guy had learned the essence of his usual tricks. He nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and then opened the box he was carrying. He took out the mental power potions from the hidden compartment, a total of 5 bottles. Lily looked at the mental power potions, bit her lip, and said, "Recently, the outflow of magic crystals has been tightly controlled by the ability association. I haven't been able to get any. I'll pay with gold coins." Dole was stunned. "Huh? After the magic crystal mine was mined, shouldn't there be a large surplus of magic crystals in the city?" Lily sighed, "It's not that simple. This stuff is already rarely available, and it's even less so after they've tightened control. The Ability Association has a senior wizard apprentice named Baichi who is specifically responsible for this matter." Dole suddenly felt a headache. So, this guy was behind it. No wonder. He had robbed him, almost turning over his entire fortune. This guy had turned his attention to the normal market. What a talent! So, he sighed and slowly said, "Then pay with gold coins. By the way, do you have so many gold coins?" Lily shook her head, "So, I'll only take 3 bottles this time. Under normal circumstances, ordinary wizards can take the second bottle of mental power potion in about 7 or 8 days. Over a month, it costs about 5 bottles. Lily basically uses it for herself. 1 bottle costs 10 gold coins, and 3 bottles cost 30. Ordinary families really can't afford it, and only families like Link, Orn, and Lake can afford it. Ordinary wizards must learn a skill to support themselves. For example, Lily learned materials science. Dole nodded and casually took out 4 bottles. I'll charge you for 3 bottles, and the other bottle is a friendship gift. Also, I want to ask, do you know any other wizards? Lily shook her head. Besides the wizards of the Lake family, whom I've met a few times, I don't know any other wizards. Moreover, most wild wizards don't dare to stay in the city. It's very difficult to get to know them. Dole agreed with this. Wild wizards are too difficult. They lack knowledge, medicinal materials, magic crystals, all kinds of lacks. They also face official crackdowns. It's simply not a life for humans. Even wanted criminals live better than them. If he can't get rid of it through Lily, Dole has to find a way to get rid of the excess in his hand. He thought for a while and said, "You often go to the Assassin's Guild. Can you get rid of it through the Assassin's Guild?" Lily's eyes lit up. That's possible, but the premise is that there must be no one inside. If someone sees it, it will cause huge trouble. Dole took out 3 more bottles and held them in his hand. My face is not convenient for showing up. If you help me get rid of it, I'll give you an extra bottle every time in the future. I can buy magic crystals from other channels and don't need yours for the time being.